Today on
Doomed!
looks like old Elon Musk has got himself caught up in another jam. This one, though, this one's bad for him. For him and his company X, aka Twitter. Folks, on today's episode of Doomed with Matt Binder, we will be looking all across the big saga that's unfolded this past week and a half, I guess you can say. No, it's about a week now, where Elon Musk decided to basically endorse a anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, and then a Media Matters report came out showing exactly what advertisers' ads are showing up, like the type of content it's showing up on. And a bunch of advertisers left, and now Elon Musk is freaking out, and he's suing Media Matters. That's the cliff notes, I guess. Let me put myself up on the screen. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining me today. It is a wonderful live stream with all of you. This is Doomed with Matt Binder. Also, I appreciate you all finding the right stream. I clicked the wrong button and I accidentally ended the stream that was originally set up, and I feel dumb. But we all make mistakes. I clicked the wrong button and just have to start a new stream. Other people endorse the Great Replacement conspiracy theory. You live and you learn, right, folks? All right, let's get to it, right? Let's get to it. A lot's happened this week, honestly. A lot has happened. For one, there's this story that's going to be the topic of this episode. And then, of course, there's the continuing situation in the Mideast. Israel bombing of Gaza after the October 7th Hamas attack. Last I saw, it seems like there will finally be some sort of 4-day ceasefire and hostage exchange. Also, I have a cough. On top of that, the OpenAI stuff has been ridiculous. I mean, that's not really a doomed episode. It's more of a scam economy episode. But and there probably will be a scam. Actually, there's gonna be multiple scam economy episodes coming down the pipeline, because you have Binance paying a $4.3 billion fine as part of a settlement in money laundering charges, and its CEO, CZ, stepping down as CEO. That'll be an episode coming up of Scam Economy. And also, this OpenAI drama, which is, I can't even summarize. They fire Sam Altman, the CEO, and then investors get angry at the board for firing him, and a bunch of employees starting to walk, and so the board reaches out to bring him back, and they're still trying to figure it out, and Microsoft announces they've actually hired Sam Altman, and then that same day the CEO of Microsoft is on TV, and they ask him about hiring Sam Altman, and he says everything to allude to the fact that they didn't actually hire Sam Altman, and Sam Altman's still trying to get back into OpenAI. It's craziness what's going on this week, and this is just the topics you hear on Doomed and Scam Economy. But let's get to the topic of today's episode, because this is my forte. Twitter, Elon Musk. I mean, I'm like the king in the castle here, ready to tell all of you, my subjects, exactly the law of the land and the way the rules work. Let's do this. So I have lots of screen shares to do. So let me get them in order here. All right. For the most part, I have them where they need to be. So this all starts last week. The evening of Wednesday, November 15th. And Elon Musk, kind of quiet before all this. I mean, he wasn't like just a non-entity. Of course, he runs X, one of the biggest social media platforms, and probably one of the more influential when it comes to news, media, and politics. So Elon Musk, kind of quiet, and then all of a sudden, in terms of not doing anything ridiculous, and then he comes out with a real banger, I guess, to make up for it. Let's pull this up on the screen, and I will read it to everyone listening to the podcast version of this show. Let's pull this up here. Let's get this up. Okay, and let's even zoom in a bit. All right, so this user tweets out an ad, not an ad, like a video, like a commercial video, like a PSA. That's what I meant, a PSA. To the cowards, this is Charles Weber, a Jewish conservative from South Florida. So this is someone who's pro-Israel, got the hashtag bring them home for the Hamas hostages in his bio, and he goes, to the cowards hiding behind the anonymity of the internet and posting Hitler was right. You got something you want to say? Why don't you say it to our faces? And it's a PSA, like a pro-Israel PSA. Not really, interestingly enough, not going to be too influential on what Elon Musk has to say, because what Elon Musk actually interacts with is this post from an individual named Breaking Bot, the artist formerly known as Eric. And this guy is clearly a far right-winger because he decides to reply with a little bit of the Great Replacement theory. Okay, Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of dialectal hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. No. I'm deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest shit now about Western Jewish populations coming to the disturbing realization that those hordes of minorities that support flooding their country don't exactly like them too much. You want the truth said to your face, there it is. End quote. So the guy's basically, if you need it broken down for you, he's basically sharing the Great Replacement, which is a far-right white supremacist conspiracy theory that claims that Jewish groups are basically bringing in minority groups into the U.S. and really the West as a whole in order to replace the white people. It's like it's a Jewish plot, of course. Always comes down to blaming the Jews. And of course, with the situation in Gaza and Israel showing its whole self for exactly the far right country that it is, people are bringing the anti-Semitism, at least here in the U.S. and in Europe, out in full force because that's what the far right does. They take advantage of the situation and they prey on people who are truly pro-Palestine and pro-Palestinian people, and they try to use that as a cudgel and to grow their ranks, get more people to not criticize Israel, but to actually just straight up jump all that. And criticizing Israel is a legit and just position. But, just use it to just go full throttle anti-Semite against all Jewish people. And so that's what this is all about. And most people would read this. If you aren't a white supremacist, a neo-Nazi, a member of the KKK, a far-right conspiracy theorist, if you weren't in that one of those groups, you'd think this person was off their rocker. Let me pull myself up in the feed there. I just realized I could be there, but I'm not there. And I'm glad I brought myself up because I want to be right next to this tweet when I bring it up right now, because here's Elon Musk to the Great Replacement Theory guy, and his words of wisdom are, "You have said the actual truth." I don't know if I could do my Elon Musk impression, but you have said the actual truth. Not a very good Elon, but is there a good Elon? There is not. You have said the actual truth, says Elon Musk. And of course, this is him saying that the Great Replacement Theory is true. It is an endorsement of this white supremacist, anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. And not really ideal to put that out there in public if you were a businessman and the face of a major social media platform that depends on big brands and corporations to advertise on your platform for you to make money. And of course, Elon Musk spent 40 some odd billion dollars on Twitter, well more than it's worth. It's worth like something like, I don't even know, like less than half that now. It's hard to keep track because that price keeps dropping. He owes money to many investors who've already written down Twitter as a loss. So, if you depend on advertising, and I should say that in 2021, the last full year that Twitter was a public company, because of course Elon acquired the company back in late October of last year and took it private. But in the last full year of Twitter being public, it said that it had made over $5 billion in revenue. And of that $5 billion in revenue, I believe something like 90, maybe 95%, definitely no less than 90% though, of that revenue came from advertising. And as you all know, that since Elon, if you listen to this show at least, since Elon took over the company, like immediately after he did in October 2022, about half of Twitter's biggest advertisers suspended their ads. In a New York Times report from June of this year, advertising was somewhere around like 60 some odd % down from where it was the year after year. So compared to the previous, that time of the year, the previous year. So, for a company that's already struggling and owes all this money, not a good, and vast majority of revenue is from advertisers, not a good idea to do stuff to make your whole platform and yourself toxic to those very people who you need to pay you money. But that's what Musk did. He took the heat for it, and people were calling it out immediately. And so he tried to explain himself. Just really didn't make it any better though. The ADL unjustly attacked the majority of the West, despite the majority of the West supporting the Jewish people and Israel. Again, making it about the ADL, who by all means has not been good in this past month, completely lighting their reputation on fire with the actions of their leader, ADL CEO Greenblatt, but Jonathan Greenblatt. But that's a story for, maybe we'll get to it later, but maybe possibly a story for another day. But Elon Musk renewing his feud with the ADL. The ADL unjustly attacked the majority of the West, despite the majority of the West supporting the Jewish people in Israel. Again, conflating Jewish people with Israel and this sort of loyalty to Israel, which in itself is an anti-Semitic trope, which is ridiculous. This is because they cannot, by their own tenets, criticize the minority groups who are their primary threat. Jeez. It is not right and needs to stop. Again, he's saying like black people, Muslims, Arabs, every minority group under the sun, I guess, is a threat to the Jewish people. But also Israel, conflating it's again, like I said, he didn't make it any better for himself. In fact, probably made it even worse. I mean, and I just spilled soda on myself. But anyway. Obviously he continues But we don't really need to go any deeper in his replies than these two tweets right here, because that's really the whole. That's the whole kit and caboodle right there, right? The whole kit and caboodle right there. Everything you need to know about Musk right there in those two tweets. So, moving on. The next day, Media Matters posts a new report. As Musk endorses anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, X has been placing ads for Apple, Bravo, IBM, Oracle, and Xfinity next to pro-Nazi content. So we scroll down and we see, oh, look, you got Hitler and a bunch of Nazis from someone talking about this being a spiritual awakening, right next to an Apple advertisement. Then you got a thread about the Third Reich, about how people ignore true facts about the Third Reich. They got the Third Reich all wrong, and there's an Xfinity ad. And then you got a Bravo ad right next to someone saying there's no coherent argument against National Socialism, which, of course, beyond the denial of biology race, claiming Jews are so misunderstood. Oh, how nice. And then you got an Oracle ad right next to an Adolf Hitler quote. Fantastic. And a very, not like just like, oh, this is an Adolf Hitler quote in like a historical context used to go into a thread, demonizing the Nazis or no. It is a very pro-Hitler quote. Then you got an IBM ad on top of, pictures that why not pro-Nazi content. Why not peace with Hitler? Signs of people holding pro-Hitler signs back in the I guess this is the 30s. Jeez, and IBM there too. How nice. Things are going great over on Twitter. Anyway, as you saw, sort of a 1-2 punch for Twitter, X, Elon Musk, and all of their own doing. Elon Musk said those things himself in those comments, in those tweets, in those replies. No one forced him to. Those were his opinions, and he even doubled down on them. And then you got X failing to uphold its promise to make the platform a safe place for brands. I mean, honestly, obviously, I don't care about, in terms of like my personal opinion, brand safety, who cares? But if you're a company, if you're a business, if I ran a platform where I wanted advertisers to advertise on, then I would obviously have a different opinion on that. I would care because I would need advertisers to advertise, and I want to make sure that their ads aren't placed next to content saying how dreamy Adolf Hitler was. So, again, all of Twitter and Elon Musk's own doing. Anyway, very, very quickly, the dominoes began to fall. First, you have IBM pulling ads. IBM has zero tolerance for hate speech and discrimination. We have immediately suspended all advertising on X while we investigate this entirely unacceptable situation. And then IBM was a big one, but then this one came. Apple paused their ads. Now that was a big one because obviously it's a very mainstream company. They're selling a business-to-consumer product. It's not business-to-business. There's, hawking iPhones, Macs, iPads, what they sell. So they pull their advertising, and you should know that Apple spends somewhere around over $100 million a year just on advertising on Twitter. They pay more than $100 million a year to advertise throughout the year on Twitter alone. Just Apple. So them pausing, suspending their ads, who knows if they're coming back, when they're coming back, if they do. Them suspending their ads, it's a big deal. And then there was sort of like that sort of opened the floodgates. You had, following IBM and Apple, you have Comcast and NBC Universal. You have the European Union. You have Lionsgate Entertainment. You have Paramount, Warner Brothers Discovery, Sony, Ubisoft, and another big one, Disney. All announced that they are pausing ads on, at the very least, pausing ads on X. Now, I looked at these statements from the companies that did put statements, and it seems like it's a pretty even mix of advertisers saying that they're pausing their ads because of Elon Musk's comments, the endorsement of the Great Replacement conspiracy theory, the far-right white supremacist anti-Semitic theory. It's a combination of that, and of course the Media Matters report that showed some of these companies' ads appearing next to pro-Nazi, pro-Hitler content. So Musk was not happy, and this happened again. He tweets this stuff late Wednesday night. Media Matters publishes their report the following Thursday morning. Musk is talking about how evil Media Matters is going forward. Just Media Matters this, Media Matters evil. They're so evil. And then suddenly, on Friday, no, this is actually on Friday, early Friday, what was this? No, early Saturday morning, I think this was. Yes, so it's early Saturday morning, like in the AM hours Saturday morning. Musk shares that the split-second court opens on Monday. X Corp will be filing a thermonuclear lawsuit against Media Matters and all those who colluded in this fraudulent attack on our company. What's Musk cooking here? So the weekend comes and goes. Monday comes, and Musk and company did not file this thermonuclear lawsuit first thing Monday morning, but they did file it. They filed it, late Monday. They filed it in a Texas court. They found the most friendly judge in court possible to sue Media Matters and the reporter who was behind the report. And to really listen, I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to tell you I can't tell you the legalities and things like that. But a lot of their proof is based on understanding of social media. Well, a lot of their evidence, or claims, I should say, is based on knowing about social media and how that works. And while I'm not I'm not a lawyer, an expert in law, I am an expert on social media. It's literally my job to report on what's going on in the tech world, specifically covering, Twitter is my beat completely, but covering social media. And this has been something I've done for the past decade plus. And so I can tell you that, again, legal-wise, law-wise, who knows how this will turn out. It seems like Media Matters has a very strong case, though, a very good chance to win, because based on my social media expertise, Elon Musk and Twitter's claims here are bogus. They're bunk. They're so stupid. And anyone who knows anything about how social media works can go through this and very easily understand. Now, we could go through this 15 pages We could go by one by one. He also has this stand with X, the thing he put out there. This sort of like a non-legal terminology summary. I mean, I guess we could talk through this one. It's the same thing pretty much as the actual lawsuit. So, it's really ugly on screen because it's like a screenshot of like Microsoft Word or something. It's so bad. So bad. Oh, what am I doing here? Whoa, it's getting really zoomed in. All right. So here's what Twitter's claiming. All right. In their lawsuit. Actually, it's probably easier just to go through the lawsuit. Let's just read the fucking lawsuit, right? It's the same shit. But for some reason, it's clearer on my screen. Probably because it's an actual, not a screenshot of a document that Musk wrote up in Microsoft Word. Fucking ridiculous. All right, so here's the deal. Let's get to the where's the fucking meat here? It's up top, isn't it? All right. So they're claiming. So Elon and company are basically claiming that Media Matters knowingly and maliciously manufactured, side-by-side images depicting advertisers' posts on X Corp social media platform besides neo-Nazi and white nationalist fringe content, and then portrayed these manufactured images as if they were what typical X users experience on the platform. Media Matters designed both these images and his resulting media strategy to drive advertisers from the platform and destroy X Corp. So, based on that, it sounds like they photoshopped it. It's fraud. That's what they're claiming, right? That's what Musk claimed. And that other the fraudulent attack. Remember in this post, the fraudulent attack in his post a couple days before. It sounds like they photoshopped it or something malicious here, right? But it's not. Because if you actually read the claim here, their evidence is amazing. They're like, it is amazing. Okay, here we go. Undeterred by the truth, Media Matters has opted for new tactics in its campaign to drive advertisers from X. Media Matters has manipulated the algorithms governing the user experience on X to bypass safeguards and create images of X's large advertisers' paid posts adjacent to racist, incendiary content, leaving the false impressions that these pairings are anything but what they actually are: manufactured, inorganic, and extraordinarily rare. So again, we go from, it sounds like they're like photoshopping ads to now they're like manipulating the algorithm. What are they, like hacking into it? And like they've hacked Twitter and altered and bypassed and found a workaround to Twitter's safeguards in order to purposely directly put ads on Nazi content. Like that's what it sounds like, right? That's what these words would mean to like the uninitiated or a layperson, right? Someone who doesn't understand this, right? But then you just read a little bit more and it starts to really come together here. Media Matters executed this plot in multiple steps, as X's internal investigations have revealed. First, Media Matters accessed accounts that have been active for at least 30 days, bypassing X's ad filter for new users. Wait, so one of the sketchy, manipulative ways that Media Matters put together their report is that they registered a new account and waited 30 days for it to no longer be seen on Twitter's system as a new account, so it was then served ads. Most of the company's hundreds of millions of active monthly users have been active on the platform for more than 30 days. So all Media Matters is doing is starting an account and getting it to the point where most of X's users are. There's got to be something more here, though, right? They said it was manipulative, and they manufactured it, and they designed it this way. Let's see. There's got to be more, because that's not cutting it. What we just described. That's the exact opposite. All right, let's read on. Media Matters then exclusively followed a small subset of users consisting entirely of accounts in one of two categories. Those known to produce extreme fringe content and accounts owned by X's big name advertisers. Okay. You can do that on X. There's a lot of people who just follow extreme fringe content extreme fringe content posters because that's allowed on the platform. And the account following advertisers means very little to the ads you're being served. The end result, says the lawsuit, was a feed precision designed by Media Matters for a single purpose: to produce side-by-side ad content placements that it could screenshot in an effort to alienate advertisers. Wait, okay, hold on. So if I'm reading this correctly, it sounds like the claim here is that Media Matters followed just neo-Nazis and far right-wing users. That's completely allowed on Twitter. They said it. They admit that the extreme fringe content is real. Media Matters didn't Photoshop that. They didn't manufacture that. That's real. And they also followed the big name advertisers. So are they claiming that like the ads just naturally showed up in the feed? Because if that's the case, okay. If you're about to see an Apple post on top of a Nazi post and it's just like a regular tweet and not an ad, then what Media Matters did is messed up, because Twitter cannot control if one user decides to just follow a bunch of accounts and that's just the order they show up in. That's not a paid ad. So let's go double check Media Matters report here. Oh wait, I'm sorry. That's not what Media Matters did. Look right there. The IBM. That's not an organic tweet. That's an ad, which means Twitter's advertising module put that ad there. Let's keep looking. Oh, look, that IBM post. That's an ad. That's not an organic post that just shows up because, oh, this account followed a bunch of these accounts and that's just the order they naturally show up as people post. No, Twitter purposely placed that paid IBM advertisement next to this content. Let's keep looking. Oh, look, same for Oracle. Interesting. It's an ad next to the Hitler quote. Let's keep looking. That Bravo post. Oh, look, it's an ad. Let's keep looking. Oh, the Apple post. Oh, right above this Hitler meme. Ad. Let's see here. Oh, even the Xfinity one. This is the true facts about the Third Reich post. The Xfinity ad is an ad. So, none of that matters. Twitter's entire case so far, based on their evidence, is bullshit. Because Twitter doesn't place, like, I don't follow the Apple account, but when Apple was running ads, I saw Apple ads. Me following Apple has nothing to do with Twitter placing paid Apple advertisements in certain feeds. If what Media Matters screenshotted was just the normal linear feed of just, oh, Apple posted this and then NBC posted this and, oh, you follow a right winger and their content also shows up there, that would have been that's out of Twitter's hands. I would agree. If that's what happened, that would have been wrong. That report would have been inaccurate. But that's not what happened. So, they got more claims here. Let's continue. But also I want to point out too that one of the big things they keep saying here, and Elon said it in his other post too. I'm gonna do a thermonuclear lawsuit, is that Media Matters manipulated the algorithm, and I really want you to pay attention to this part here because it really makes it sound like they did something, they hacked it or something. No, but they absolutely did manipulate the algorithm. You might be going, "What, Matt? Are you serious?" Well, yeah, they manipulated the algorithm. Because guess what? That's what you do. That's what I do. That's what every single social media user does when they use their account on a social media platform. Everything you do manipulates the algorithm purposefully, as by design of the algorithm, in order for the algorithm to feed that particular user exactly what they want to see. Every one of these social media algorithms is set up with the purpose of you to manipulate them. Every time you follow someone, you are manipulating the algorithm. Every time you like a post, every time you retweet, repost, share, whatever to a post, you manipulate the algorithm. When you block somebody, mute somebody, you manipulate the algorithm. Everything you do on a social media platform is manipulating the algorithm to curate a feed that you want to see. It doesn't always work, because obviously the algorithm is not perfect. And what Media Matters is showing is that the algorithm could show certain users, through normal usage, ads from big brands on neo-Nazi and pro-Hitler content. The Media Matters report. Oh, I'll get to this part next. Let's go to the next part of the lawsuit. So it goes on. But this activity still was not enough to create the pairings of advertisements and content that Media Matters aimed to produce. Media Matters therefore resorted to endlessly scrolling and refreshing its unrepresentative hand-selected feed, generating between 13 and 15 times more advertisements per hour than viewed by the average X user, repeating this inauthentic activity until it finally received pages containing the result it wanted: controversial content next to X's largest advertisers' paid posts. Wait a minute. Hold on. How is this inauthentic activity? People, just because something is generating 13 to 15 times more advertisements per hour than the average X user, doesn't mean there are not X users who partake in this type of activity. I mean, there's literally like a word for people who just scroll and refresh and refresh. Doom scrolling. Furthermore, hold on, let me bring this, let me get this post up because I thought this was amazing. Furthermore, we know that Elon Musk himself is aware that there are X power users who use this platform in ways like that. because he once had a public discussion with one. If you'll recall, back in July, Twitter rate limited the platform in order to stop scraping. I did a whole episode on that. You go back and like rehashing the whole story. But go back and you could catch a episode of Doomed on it in the archives. But anyway, he established rate limits that basically broke Twitter for anyone who used the platform a lot. And one user, Twitter Blue subscriber, said, I feel like I'm hitting my rate limit a lot today, but it had a shorter time window now. Just me? Musk replied, that shouldn't be happening for a subscription verified account. How much time have you spent on this platform today? And the person replied, I'm replying to comments even when on my walk or cooking. So basically non-stop minus a few 30-minute breaks. And Musk asks, how much time does your phone say you're spending on the platform? Should take 8 hours of almost continuous scrolling to hit the limit unless we're doing something wrong. Wait for it. This person posts their iPhone, like the time screen, like the screen time thing, almost 10 hours in one day spent on Twitter, scrolling and replying. 10 hours on Twitter. 10 hours. This is the Twitter power user. This is who uses the app. This is who uses the platform. He knows. He knows based on this post. And then he goes, we'll increase the rate limit for verified users by 50%. Should take effect within a few hours. So back to the lawsuit. Okay, sure. The average X user may not generate that many advertisements per hour, but we know that there are X users who use the platform in this way, scrolling and refreshing, replying. Guess what? When you reply consistently in the same tweet thread and you want to see new replies come through, you got to hit the fucking refresh button or go back and if you're on the iPhone app and go and like re-click to go into it. So again, maybe not the average or casual Twitter user's experience, but completely, entirely plausible for a Twitter user to use the platform in this way. And Elon Musk, based on that public conversation in July, knows that that's how people use the platform. So this shouldn't be a surprise. I wonder how many people are going to go back. Media Matters, by the way, if you don't forget to source me and put my put this episode in the footnotes. Don't forget to call me as a witness, an expert witness to the stand. If this goes to court. Oh my God. Because again, I wanna reiterate here. The Media Matters report never states this is something most users are seeing. It never states that this is the regular. It never even states that this is the regular Twitter experience. This report from Media Matters simply states that brands' advertisements could appear on vile, anti-Semitic, far-right, pro-Hitler, pro-Nazi content. That's the point of the report. To show that Twitter, their claims about brand safety and instituting initiatives and programs and policies to make sure this can't happen either aren't being initiated or are failing to do its work, its job. And that these ads can show up on this content. That's all the report is proving. That these ads can show up on the content. And if you look at what the advertisers say in their statements, none of them are saying, oh, we see that Many users are seeing this on Nazi content. None of them are saying, this is an unacceptable amount of users who are seeing this. No. They are upset at Elon Musk's own tweet, which again doesn't come up in this lawsuit at all. That's why a lot of these advertisers left too. Don't forget that. Elon Musk's very own posted tweet endorsing the Great Replacement Theory. But that aside, when they do mention the Media Matters report, or refer to it, or reference it, or allude to it, it's simply because they don't want the chance of their ads to show up on that content at all. Period. Even once. I do enjoy the comment section saying hello to the jury. Feisty Geisty says, hi, Juror 6 specifically. Hey, Juror 6. So it continues. Media Matters omitted mentioning any of this in a report published on November 16, 2023 that displayed instances Media Matters found on an X of advertisers paid posts featured next to neo-Nazi content, white nationalist content. Nor did Media Matters otherwise provide any context regarding the forced and inauthentic nature and extraordinary rarity of these pairings. But they never, if Media Matters said anything about how many times users were seeing this, if they alluded to even this being a type of experience that is being given on the platform, this would obviously be a problem. But the Media Matters report doesn't do that. All it states is that X reinstated numerous accounts of bigots and paid far-right extremists, which they are through the monetization program. They apparently including pro-Hitler and Holocaust denier accounts as part of its creator ad revenue sharing program. Right. Which is truth. During all of this Musk-induced chaos, corporate advertisements have also been appearing on pro-Hitler, Holocaust denial, white nationalist, pro-violence, and neo-Nazi accounts. Linda Yaccarino, the ex-CEO, has attempted to placate companies by claiming that brands are now protected from the risk of being next to potentially toxic content. This is talking about the brand safety protocols that they supposedly instituted. Media Matters goes on, but that certainly isn't the case for at least 5 major brands. We recently found ads for Apple, Bravo, Oracle, Xfinity, and IBM next to posts that tout Hitler and his Nazi party on X. Here they are. That's it. The whole report is we were able to find we were able to find ads for major companies served by X on this sort of pro-Hitler, Holocaust denial, white nationalist, in CEO Yaccarino's own words, toxic content. That's all. And it is completely accurate for them to say that. They were able, through following accounts that any user on Twitter could follow, and then scrolling and refreshing, just like any Twitter user can do, they were able to find that X served them these ads on this content. It's very straightforward. Nothing about it is inauthentic or inorganic. They're making it sound like Media Matters photoshopped, or Media Matters like hacked the code, or Media Matters like somehow was able to fit the ads, these specific ads, like choose the ads and put these specific ads next to this specific content. No, they didn't. They didn't do anything that users can't do on their own. And they didn't even break Twitter's terms of service. There's nothing here that breaks Twitter's terms of service even. Because this is wholly regular usage of the platform. What Twitter doesn't like is that through this very specific, but totally okay and fine, usage of the platform, Media Matters was able to find these brands' ads being served by X on this vile content. That's the whole thing here. Doesn't matter how rare it is. They keep bringing up how rare it is. Doesn't matter how rare it is. It doesn't matter. Media Matters never says this is happening all the time, or that everyone on Twitter is seeing this content and they're all getting these ads on that content. No, they're pointing out that Twitter is lying or not providing the promised brand safety rules and policies that they said the advertisers had to the advertisers that are paying money for these ads. That's all they're saying. That's all they're proving. That X/Twitter is showing these ads on the content. It can happen. These advertisers need to be aware that this content can be seen next to their products, their logo, their name, their official account, in the form of a paid advert in which they are giving money to Twitter to show up next to. It's super simple. It's super simple. And what I love is that, and I think Linda Yaccarino's tweet really, really displays this the best. So Linda says, shortly after the lawsuit was filed, if you know me, you know I'm committed to truth and fairness. Here's the truth. Not a single authentic user on X saw IBM's, Comcast, or Oracle's ads next to the content in Media Matters' article. Only 2 users saw Apple's ads next to the content, at least one of which was Media Matters. Data wins over manipulation or allegations. Don't be manipulated. Stand with X. It's amazing. Because in the lawsuit, it's in there, obviously, but it hidden through all the whole thing, it's not as in your face as this very short, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-sentence paragraph from Linda Yaccarino. She's confirming that the ads appeared on that content. She's confirming Media Matters' report. Again, the proof of the report is that this could happen. That an advertiser could find their ads on content that they were told it would not show up on. She's confirmed. She admitted. Like the meme. She admitted. It's amazing. Again, it's data wins over manipulation or allegations. They're not allegations. Media Matters proved it, and you confirmed it. The allegations have now been confirmed. It's no longer alleged. You confirmed it. And then manipulation. I've already went through this. Everyone, you manipulate an algorithm to give you the feed, the curated content you want to see. It's up to Twitter to not serve those ads. Like I could, if Twitter, like if listen, on other platforms, for example, you can, Twitter has terrible ad targeting. That's one of the problems with Twitter's ad platform. Twitter's targeting module is really bad. It's really bad compared to other platforms. On other platforms, you can trigger really specific targeting. And be very specific on down to like what exact accounts or account types you want your ads to show up on. I mean, on YouTube, you could pretty much say, I want to advertise on this video. You get down to that, like, specific. So, but regardless of that, Twitter can make sure that a company's ads do not show up on a specific user account or profile or their tweets or content. Again, like I said in the beginning, if the issue was Media Matters followed a bunch of right-wingers and followed Apple, IBM, and Disney, and then we're like, oh, look, all these accounts are showing up, their content showing up in my feed. Aha! Media Matters would be incorrect. They'd be wrong. They might lose this lawsuit if that was the case. If that hypothetical was the case, then Media Matters would maybe be in trouble. But that's not what happened. Very clearly, it was the Twitter-controlled, Twitter-served ads placed onto this content. The user could not make that happen, no matter how much they tried, if Twitter was doing its job. But it's not. And that was the whole point of the Media Matters report. That's what they set out to prove. And they did. They proved that. Oh, and by the way, Texas AG Paxton announced he's opening up an investigation into Media Matters to look at these claims. So I hope the good people of Texas enjoy their tax dollars going into a investigation into the claims that I just completely debunked in less than an hour. I mean, a lot less than an hour, really. We're an hour in. That includes the intro, my introduction, like the intro song, my introduction, me quickly going over what's going on in the world, me talking about everything before getting to the actual lawsuit. So I hope Texas enjoys their AG spending their tax dollars on an investigation into what I just debunked in, let's say 30 minutes. And I think I'm still being generous there. It's incredible. It's incredible. It's truly incredible that this is where we're at. This is where we're at. Oh, got a lot of people watching in the YouTube channel and on Twitch. Hey everyone, there's a lot more shows, so don't go anywhere. It is like really like amazing, honestly, that this is the claim from Elon Musk. This is a major social media platform basically admitting that they don't get how social media works. Their own code, their own algorithm, their own platform. I mean, it's clear they're pretending. They don't know. It's very clear that this is written for someone, a jury or a judge, who they're banking on not understanding the technology. That's their hope. I'm assuming. That's what this reads like to me. But I mean, come on. We see exactly what's going on here. Because I just explained it to you guys. It's super clear. All right, folks. Let's start taking calls. Let's start taking some calls. I'll take some calls. This is the end of the freebie podcast half of the show. If you're watching live, don't go anywhere. Nothing's going to change for you. This is when I cut this off for podcasters and upload this on Apple Podcasts and Google Play and et cetera, Spotify. You can find all those links at doomedcast.com. And if you're on those platforms, leave a review. If you're on YouTube right now, subscribe to the YouTube channel, youtube.com/MattBinder. If you are on Twitch, make sure you're following me on Twitch too. Twitch.tv/MattBinder. And then what else? Yeah, that's Patreon. Patreon.com/MattBinder. If you can become a monthly financial supporter of this show, that would be greatly appreciated. It's been a slow month. We lost a few and didn't gain them back. We're sort of going in reverse, but that happens. It's the holidays. I get it. Hopefully, as the holidays come around, people come back and join. I totally get it. But if you can't afford to become a member, that would be greatly appreciated. And let me thank some of those members right now, really quick. People who joined over the past couple of weeks. Let's see. Preston K, Trent. There was another person that's not showing up. They just joined today. Let's see where that person came from. Where did that go? Maya G. Thank you all for becoming subscribers over the past week or two. Really appreciate it. All right, I will be opening up phone lines now for you all to call in. It's very easy. Doesn't cost you a dime here. You just download Skype or go to skype.com and just log in or whatever. You don't need to download anything. And you can call into the show. I'll be taking calls. I take them as they come in. Search Doomed Live, and it'll pop up. I think the actual username that shows up is like Doomed Live _1. It's the one that Skype automatically gave me when I just tried to register Doomed Live. I guess someone had Doomed Live. I don't know. But if you search Doomed Live, it should show up. And I will open up Skype. I'm going to take a quick less than 1 minute break just to refill my drink because I'm feeling parched and you guys heard I had a cough. If this is your first time on this channel, please subscribe. We got more YouTube subscribers than usual, which is awesome. So go to youtube.com/MattBinder. And give me 1 minute and I'll be taking your calls. See if you're not watching live or if you're not a patron, this is where I say see you all next time on Doomed.
Ecological collapse, corporate fascism, corporate journalism, police brutality, voter suppression, austerity economics, educate the masses, rampant homophobia,
What's up, Matt?
Hey,
You from Jamaica?
Dave from Jamaica. How are you doing, my friend? What are we going to talk about today? I don't think you are exactly what you claim you are. I would say you're What makes you a liberal?
I'm pro-Green New Deal.
All right, we are back. I'm going to start taking calls. I already see people try calling in during the I was out getting a drink, so I didn't hear your call. Once again, it is on Skype. And here we go. Hold on, I'm coming to you. All right, let's do this. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from? Yep, you are on the air.
Hey, Matt, you can bring me up if you want.
Okay, cool. I can bring you up.
From
I see you
Delaware.
using video. Cool. Hold on one second. There you are. Okay, hey, what's your name?
My name is Phil from Delaware.
Hey, Phil from Delaware.
Yeah. Last time I called, I was down in the lab making mosaics.
I remember
I don't know
you
if
now.
you remember that.
Yeah, I do.
Probably
I'm
about a
glad you
year
brought that
ago.
up because that's something I very much do remember. What would you like to talk about?
Yeah.
What would you like to talk about?
Anyway, yeah. Well, I actually made you one. And
What, you what?
And I also made Sam won, and I put them in the same package, and I sealed the goddamn package, and I don't know who. Can I send it to one of you and the other get it to the other? I'll kick you some loot for shipping or whatever. But
Yeah, sure. That's look. I said, wait. Did you? Could you show it to me?
well, this is the package. I'm not.
Oh,
It's a
oh,
surprise. But I put them
oh,
both. I got a lot going on. I got family, medical crap. Oh, don't get old, man. Trust.
well,
And I just like my brain was just fried, and I got all excited finding a box to fit, and I realized you don't even go into the studio ever. So I was thinking, oh yeah, I could just send it to Sam's studio, and you would get it, and he would have his. But and then I was like, oh shit, and that doesn't go in very often. But
I haven't been to that studio in a long time. Which is funny because I see them every week online, like if face to face while we do the. Um, but yeah, I haven't gone to that studio in a long time. I'm trying to think.
well,
I
do
don't
you
even
have
think I don't think I've even been there since the pandemic. I know I've seen them in person since the pandemic. We did the live show earlier this year. I think that was earlier this year.
Oh
God,
my
I don't even
God,
know
linear
anymore.
time is not very
Was
easy.
that live show this year? Does anybody know? Was the last majority show report show at the Bell House? Was that this year? I think it was.
I don't
God, I don't even
remember.
know anymore, man.
That's crazy. That is wild. Well, would you mind if I mean, can you like do you have a PO box or something, or does the majority? I was looking
Yeah,
on the
I'll just give
majority
you my.
light site.
I'll just give you my. I don't. I should get a PO box, but I'll just give you my address, and then if anything ever happens to me, everyone can know to watch this episode of the live stream, and remember this call, and.
That's too funny, man. You guys are, yeah, you guys are great. You're like my muse, man. I listen to, I very rarely get to catch you live, except with current circumstances. And so when I'm doing my art, I'm listening to a lot of Doomed and a lot of Skimmed Animaconda.
Oh, that's awesome. I really appreciate that. Well, get ready for there's going to be at least a few scam economy episodes coming down the line here. There's between the OpenAI stuff and the Binance news, this
It's
scam economy's
amazing.
back, baby.
I know. It's amazing that Bitcoin still exists. I'm a Sixers fan, and they still got crypto.com on their
Oh,
floor.
right.
How is
Oh,
that
yeah,
even
it's not
possible? Like, it's not
people.
completely dead
I,
yet, huh?
yeah, that's why I'm not like I personally sort of I still pay attention to it obviously, but there was time constraints, so I had to pick between doing this show or scam economy at certain points, and then unfortunately time kept going by and I wasn't able to get together an episode of scam economy in a little bit. But like crypto, the worries me is the mainstream thinks crypto is dead, and if you're paying attention to the industry, you'll know that it is not at all.
What
It's
is
certainly
crypto.com?
it's an exchange. It's a crypto exchange, like how Coinbase and
Yeah, yeah.
Binance and
There's not a
FTX.
there's not a
Yeah.
crazy character owner that like Sam Bankman-Fried?
Actually, they are oddly enough seems to not have a crazy charismatic owner that I'm aware of, at least. Maybe he'll
So
maybe he'll.
that's somewhat legitimate enough to still be on NBA
Well,
floors and
no.
all.
The reason that's the case is that they've likely signed a contract, and neither party can get out of it. I mean, there was a reason why the FTX was still sponsoring sporting events after it filed for bankruptcy late last year. Like there were still MLB events that had the FTX branding, as you couldn't even use FTX. And that's because it was already in the contract. The money was already set aside. It was already paid off. There was no getting out of it. So, yeah. Yeah. So I'm sure my assumption is that if Crypto.com could get out of it, they probably would, because they'd much rather have that money. I mean, who knows where they are now? I haven't looked into crypto.com in a while, but when everything was going south late last year, earlier this year, I'm sure they could have. I'm sure they would have wanted out.
Well, so I'm around Sam's age, a little bit of pushing boomerishness, but I never got into Twitter until I'm a Facebooker, and so on just to plug I don't sell my art, but I have a public page where I post it all up. So you actually can get a preview if you go. It's called Phil's Breaking Glass, and it's just like a person profile, and I just dump all my photos so you can kind of see what I was doing and what I was working on when I called you last time. But anyway, what I like to do on there for fun was before Elon pulled the trigger on his dipshit I'm gonna buy it for 44 billion or whatever the fuck he was doing. I was always just like, I mean, back then there was a lot more fanboys, and I mean they were on Facebook too, talking about how great he is. And I was just constantly just arguing with random people on Facebook about, how he was moving markets and, doing like basically most of his tweets were like crimes that should have been prosecuted.
Oh, I remember
by,
that
like,
when he was
SEC.
pumping up Dogecoin. He's being all slick using memes and stuff. Yeah, I
Or
remember
just
that.
like almost anything he said about his companies are like basically like manipulating markets, and that was basically how I would get into fights with Elon fans. And when he actually pulled the trigger, I went back to my Twitter account, which I dusted off. The only reason that I had that was because I didn't believe Donald Trump's tweets when he was president. Yeah, I think I started on Twitter in like 2018. It wasn't like the first year he was there. It was like I got a headline and I was like, the fucking president of the United States really tweeted that? Is this like, I mean, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
I was like, so my handle was I'm just here for the rage tweets or something like that.
Right.
And
Good
and
handle.
yeah, and well, so then I went I went onto Twitter when he was forced into buying it, and I changed it to Elon Musk is king of all douches. And I think I got shadow banned. I didn't use it enough to actually like know like even really like how to use it that much, but because my handle I think was had his name in it, and I was just constantly just like shitting on him. uh I'm kind of curious like what shadow banning really is, and if you could tell, like maybe my handle now it's woker than you are. It's woker then and then a U and a R. Go see if can you like I would post something on like a thread that had like a bazillion views, and it's like I'm getting one impression or
Right.
whatever it is.
A shadow ban, it's different for each platform, but basically it's when a social media platform just sort of quietly reduces the reach of your profile, account, or posts in some way. So you wouldn't know about it. You could still post. People could still find your posts on your account.
But they have to actually go and look.
They could show up in your feed and like their feed if they follow you as well. Excuse me. But a shadow ban would be like it reduces your reach, doesn't show you in the feed at all, or maybe just doesn't show you in the feed as much, like in the home and timeline feed. Or, for example, someone types in your name or your account name in the search bar, and the auto user, like, you know how it automatically starts filling it in and shows you some users that have that name? Mm-hmm. Like they wouldn't show you there. Like the user would have to actually search you and then click on you, like your profile in the search. Like they wouldn't like recommend you. That's what a shadow ban is basically. Again, different for each platform. There's different types of shadow bans, but
But I
essentially
mean,
it's reducing your reach or making your content or profile harder to find without blocking it outright. And the user usually doesn't know that that's happening to their content or their account.
and it's an intentional like algorithm that whoever the hell decides they want
I
to
mean,
do that is
it
putting
could
it
be,
in there.
it could be intentional. It could just be the algorithm. If if you recently got suspended or something, an algorithm will punish a user for a short time afterwards with like a time limited shadow ban, and that's not something that like a person is going around and making sure that happens. That's like, but it's built into the code that would happen to you for a limited amount of time. So it's a little bit of both. It could be either way.
But with what Elon's doing is it's basically him just like blocking everybody,
No,
right?
no, no. He doesn't have. I know. We want to believe he's that terrible, and trust me, you don't need to have that. He doesn't need to be doing that for you to know that he's that terrible. But he doesn't have the ability to do that. It just doesn't. It's not possible. So I mean, he might be telling his developers that, oh, I want these specific types of users punished if they do this, or I want to institute a shadow ban on users who tweet about this topic or whatever. That's a possibility, but he's not sitting there going this person, that person, this person, that person. I mean, maybe he is in specific instances. I mean, we know now that when I got suspended in last December, I was handpicked by them. That came out in reporting. They specifically wanted me to be one of the people. That wasn't an algorithm or anything. That was a human being picking me to be suspended. But yeah, I mean, we don't know. Like, my guess is that unless you are doing something that really catches people's attention, or you are some sort of figure that is of notoriety, both which obviously describe me. Unless you are doing one of those two things, it's
Is
probably
he still
just
paying for your
a
blue check?
system-wide thing. I still have a pro bono blue check, yes.
Nice. I had actually got a article from you from Mashable. It was actually the first thing I ever saw on my Facebook scrolling. Started reading it, and then all this shit popped up. So I was gonna go. Do you have all your stuff up on the artist formerly known as Twitter? I hate the dead name, but
What was that? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think I misheard. I want to make sure I heard you correctly. You
do
for me.
you put all the articles that you write like your I think
Oh,
your Mashable
I
articles?
don't. I don't. But basically, some days I'll just basically, if it's an original report by me, I definitely share it. If it's something where like there's just something newsworthy happening and I need to cover it for Mashable, I don't
Mhm.
always share those. Like unless I have some specific angle unique to me, I don't always share just like, oh, this happened, I need to cover it for the site. But
So
if
we got
it's
to
but if
go.
it's but if it's an exclusive by me or it's an exclusive angle from me, then I share it usually.
Okay, I'll check it out. Yeah, I started reading it, and I was caught up in other things. But anyway, I just absolutely. I mean, I've been a Majority Report fan since when the Air America days, and luckily, I swore off politics in. I guess when Hillary Clinton was running, that whole campaign season just crushed my desire to do any kind of politics, and then started back up when Trump started getting making noise. And luckily, that was when Michael Brooks was still there. So I want to give a rest in power, Michael Brooks, and yeah,
I really would love. I mean, I could say this for so many things. I would love for him to have been around for this particular moment for a number of things since he's passed.
yeah,
But this past month, I think his voice would have been um, extremely, extremely important. And it's really unfortunate that we're missing that voice.
yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, absolutely. Rest in peace, Michael, for sure.
When So you got on board with Sam when he relatively soon after he restarted the non-Janine rendition of
Oh
Majority
no, so
Report?
so 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 Sam started the online version of Majority Report, the post Air America online streaming, completely owned by Sam Cedar version of the Majority Report, kicked off in late 2010. I was
Okay.
not there for that. He had two producers from the Air America days with him.
Okay.
One of those is Dorsey, who still does stuff for them. He's old Dorsey, and um, I was brought in March, the following March of 2011. And then by the end of that year, it was just me and Sam, pretty much. That the other producers left, and it was just me and Sam. And he was looking for a third for months. And it was in early 2012 he came across Michael, and I think by that spring, I want to say March or April 2012, maybe, Michael joined the show. So Michael joined almost 2 years after Sam kicked off the Majority Report of his own online. And Michael came about 1 year, maybe a little bit more, after I came on. And
Okay.
then I was there until October 2015. So I was there for almost 5 years.
So I must have just missed you. I think I started it in 2016 or 2017.
Right,
And
right. I was there
yeah.
every day, just like how Matt Luck is, and Bradley is. I was there every day, producer, from March 2011 to October 2015. Michael and I hosted Mondays, on screen Mondays. We co-hosted together, from when Saul was born. That's when we first started co-hosting to give
Oh
Sam his
wow.
parental leave. So we were co-hosting every Monday from 2013 to when I left in 2015. And
Okay.
then um and then Michael kicked off the Michael Brooks show, I think, in 2017. And then I was on. I came back onto the show every now and then. I did maybe like 3 appearances on the Michael Brooks show. I did maybe an appearance each year on the Majority Report, until 2020, when unfortunately we lost Michael, and
Mhm.
Sam asked me to if I was interested in doing the weekly spot, and I've been doing that since.
Oh, wow. That's good stuff. Yeah, I must have started back around 2017 then, because Michael had his show was relatively new, but it wasn't like brand new. That's wild. The that that's good stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thanks for the
I'll
call.
look.
This was a great conversation. I really appreciate the call. It was good talking about Musk. It was good talking about your art that I look forward to. DM me on Twitter or email
I'll,
me, or
I'll
get
show
in touch
you
with me.
one thing because my kitty came to tell me, he's like, I gotta show you this because it's in the same room.
Oh, all right, all right. Oh, here we go.
So this is, let me see if I can flip this around. Oh, all right, come on, camera. Oh, no. This technology. I'm just a simple caveman. Oop. Hold on, I'll do it this way. Maybe you can
Uh.
see it. I made this thing on the bottom of a shelf. I don't know if you can see it, and it's probably backwards.
I think I
But
see. It says we're mad here.
we're all mad here.
We're
It's
I don't
got
see
the
the
little
all. All right, I
Cheshire
don't see the
cat.
all.
Yeah.
And what's that up top?
Oh, it's
It's
up
hard
here.
to.
Yeah, it's hard to
Ah, okay.
see. I don't know how to flip my
It
phone,
looks
but
cool
there's
though. It
not a
looks cool.
button. I don't know. The thing I made you was pretty cool. The Here's a little thank you card I made for my
Oh,
grandmother.
damn, that's sick.
But yeah,
And that's
so you're
glass.
gonna get something cool, and yeah, you can even open up. I mean, Sam's. I think you can probably see because I put his in bubble wrap. But what I
Ooh.
did was I started making you something, and the pattern. I was like, I'm gonna trace this for and make another one real quick. So that's why one package became two. I don't have a whole lot of packaging material or time to be doing everything up, and I was gonna write like a letter or something, but I ended up getting so excited to find a box to package it that I, that I sealed it all up.
No, I
So
appreciate it.
I'm
Looking
gonna,
forward to seeing it. I really am. Have a great
yeah,
night. Talk to you
yep,
soon, and I look forward to getting that package. Let me know. Again, message me. I'll give you my details, and I look forward to it. I really appreciate it.
right on. Thank you. You're the best. Talk to you later.
Oh, thanks. Take care. Have a great weekend. If you said you were in the U.S., right? Have a happy Thanksgiving. Let's go to the next caller. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
What's going on, Matt? Can you hear me?
Hey, it's Hansi. How you doing? My favorite member of the Howard Stern Whack Pack.
You're an asshole, man. No, I'm just you know the thing is like people
You
from
need to understand.
Stern
Like
Show.
I know you might not be like you might have not have such fond memories of it, but like you need to like fully take advantage of that. Like when you do like your comedy sets and everything, you need to like have like on your your name in lights, Hansi, formerly of the Howard Stern Show. I
Well,
mean, you need to take advantage of that, man. You need to
well,
really take advantage of it.
See, the thing is, bro, I try to name drop it, but not to impress people, because I feel like once, like, for example, like the people that when I do the open mic, the open mics, the people there, like, who run it, like, know of it, and it's kind of like they have this little devious way of them of,
Yeah,
like,
but you know what? Most
oh,
people who cares about them? It's the audience. And listen, if we were like having a conversation, like if you were at a party, like just at a party at someone's house or something, and you were just like, "Oh, by the way, I'm Hansi of the Howard Stern Show," then you'd be an asshole. But if you're doing it as like your business, like you're doing a live event, you're doing a entertainment performance, it's totally fine to do that. That's part of the deal. That's part of the marketing. That's
well,
not being an asshole.
no. I'm talking about just in general. Like, for example, whenever there's people I interact with, like, for example, I used to do streaming. So sometimes when I would randomly try to get my confidence up by going and getting rejected by sex workers on Periscope or Tumblr Live, I kind of like do the like, oh, I used to be on the Howard Stern Show, and not to impress them, but just so I can get out of the way. So like, if they're not impressed by it, they already know, so they know what they're dealing with. I don't because again, like if I meet somebody, then it's like people who troll me will then go, oh, did you know he's from the Howard Stern Show and he used to have mental breakdowns and he's to accuse Howard Stern of being a Zionist. But by the way, one of my
Very funny. I dare you to use that in your name in lights. Hansi, last seen having mental breakdown on the Howard Stern Show.
Yeah, what's it called? Whenever I do stand up though, I do tell people like, hey, I know most of you at the open mics are up and comers. I'm an example of what not to do. Don't go on a radio show and call the Jewish radio show host a Zionist for supporting what goes on in Israel to Palestine.
Hey, you were doing it. You were doing that how many decades ago? You were doing that before it was cool.
well, well, the thing is, I wasn't like well thought out as I was. It just like when you go and you battle Howard, he'll put on pro-Israel guys to start like making random comments, so you'll have to go back at them a little bit. And then Robin, Howard's like he'll use Robin as like because she's black and she's female, so he'll use her to shield away shit. And I always feel like because she's a minority, and I go, you should be on my side, kind of. I always went nuts on her for being like a token, you know what I mean? And sometimes I regret it, but at the same time, it's like she helps him and shields him away from criticism of racism, I guess. You know what I mean?
But I hope you didn't use that language because that's not the language to use on the show.
What to Howard?
You can't accuse her of being that because you're not black. You can't. It comes off weird.
No, for sure. That's what I'm saying. I feel bad, but no. But this is documented. Like, this is not me just making an accusation. I'm going through the history of whenever Howard does whenever he does an anti-black story, he kind of like whenever Robin does kind of push back a little bit, he will kind of like still give her shit, kind of like for example, like he controls the whole environment, right? So if you go against him, she kind of like goes back at him. He will then have callers start shitting on her, and then he'll start having people come in the studio and start shitting on her. But then at the same time, she'll partake in that in doing it to somebody else. So I do feel bad, but she also, like, for example, whenever other black people have called her out for like shielding Howard's racism, like in an intellectual way and misogyny, what they called Howard would always position him and Robin would always position the criticism. Oh, I guess I'm not black enough because I don't speak ghetto. Like that would be their framing of it, and it would make his audience think that that's the reason why they don't consider Robin black, because she speaks well, when there's millions of black people that speak well that don't do what she does. You know what I mean? That's my notion of it. I'm not blindly calling her that. But what I'm pointing out is,
what did you want? Well, let's get to business. I don't
Okay,
think
that's
I don't think you
fine.
called in to talk about Howard Stern.
No. I'm sorry for sidecasting you. bro.
No.
I'm just, you know.
I was my fault because I wanted you to really lead into the Howard Stern stuff. I didn't mean to trigger you and have you go through another mental breakdown as you played like a Vietnam era Howard Stern in your.
No, I'm sorry. No, but just to like figure out the.
I clearly brought you back like PTSD. I'm sorry. I really apologize.
No, but I'll get to brass tacks, but just one thing. But you know how you just said that? Oh, you can't say that to her. The thing is, when you're on that show, and even if you're like, let's say, by misogyny, racism, homophobia, whenever like on these radio shows, whenever you would battle somebody, you would have to go to the most ignorant talking point. That's, you know what I mean? Like that's their battlefield, because if you don't do it to them, they do it to you. Like they'll call you the gay slur a bunch of times, but then if I go, hey, you're a gay slur, then they'll go, whoa. What's with the homophobia? And then, so they push you into that. It's being that minefield, you know what I mean? But the reason why I talk about it is because it ties into like how the current model of like YouTube shows and streamers and all this discourse about it. Because again, like I like your topic of this conversation. The thing is that like even with the advertisers, I feel like these cases are gonna go nowhere. So I feel like in some way these advertisers have found a witty way to advertise by controversy, because you're still talking about the advertisers while like they pretend they're fighting with each other. You know what I mean? That's how I feel that it goes down. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it isn't scary, because this is a new normalization of what our future looks like with the advertising of white nationalism and Nazi level fucking shit, bro. I'm telling you, I've never been in an era where I'm fucking scared of where the future is going, because I can look. I know you and other lefties are like focusing on what's happening now, which is important, right? But if because I'm a conspiracy guy, and because I know what these right-wing conspiracy people are trying to allude to, so the overall picture is that like if you look at the end times prophecy that these fundamentalists fucking believe in. I personally don't believe in it. I think it's fucking stupid to, go by that type of fucking shit. That's just my personal opinion. But if like they know where the world is going because the world is run on fundamentalism, it's like it's a scary way, because it's like we're sports entertaining our way into it, and it feels like these things that are happening are already predetermined, unfortunately. And that's what makes me more sick about where the world is going, if you feel what I'm saying.
I understand where you're coming from. It's a bad time. There's no doubt about it. This is definitely one of the more tumultuous periods. Excuse me. In a while, there's a war, a major war going on. If you could even call it that, really, just like we could call it what it is. It is
Genocide.
it's a genocide. It's a mass carpet bombing, mass killing of people already imprisoned in an extremely small area of land, they have no country, they have no officially recognized country in most of the Western world. They have excuse me, no military. Excuse me, jeez. Half of the people. Yeah, sorry, I have a bad cough, and this is what happens. Half of the people there are under the age of like 18. And you have the U.S. lined up behind what's going on in support of the aggressor. I mean, they're the aggressor no matter what happened on October 7th. At this point, at the very least, if you don't see them as the aggressor, I don't know what you could possibly be talking about. I mean, it would be like pretending the U.S. wasn't the aggressor as it killed 100,000 people in Iraq, just because 9/11 happened. On that day, October 7th, you could say Hamas was the aggressor, but then once you start perpetrating the acts that Israel have been, they're the aggressor. It's and then you have the situation here at home where, I think domestically things are not as bad as they could be. That's not saying they're good. I'm just saying, I think some people are slightly better off. Others are exactly where they were. Others are obviously still struggling. But again, the same situation continues to perpetuate where the vast majority of people doing really good and doing a lot better are in this very small cohort in the 1% of people who control most of the wealth in this country. It is, and obviously the feeling of rising prices due to corporate greed, slightly due to inflation, but really mostly due to companies deciding to use this opportunity of the inflation discourse to just raise their prices in order for them to make more money. Because once again, we can see these reports. The revenue figures for many of these companies are never better. They're making money hand over fist. That's not what would happen if they were just raising prices to cover their own ass based on rising costs. It's people are struggling. It's a weird period. It's a weird period, and I don't see any like. It's at the very least, at the very most, I should say, stagnant. People are feeling stuck. And I don't know what happens. Like, I don't know what happens. There hasn't been this great transfer of wealth from the boomer generation down. And it's hard to really see forward what happens in over this next decade or two. Because it's going to get even worse. Like, that 1% is going to become even more concentrated.
Well, what does, like, to me, like, again, this is why, like, I try to try to give you like I know whenever anyone hears about conspiracies, right, everybody already has a generalized view of it. And because I used to kind of be more in that world and buy into things, whatever, I could like adapt easily to see that, like, okay, this person is kind of being dishonest because again, like, in the conspiracy world, right, it'll be about like, oh, let's call out both parties. And then when you're like, okay, yeah, I'll call out Clinton and I'll call out Biden. But then I'm like, let's call out Trump. And it's like, oh, well, Trump is all right. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, it's always, you know what I mean? Like, but, like, I go, you can't talk about corruption. And it's like, I guess because the mainstream media always talks about Trump.
Wait, so you said someone said Trump is all right?
No. I'm talking about, like, on message board type things, whatever, where, like, if you go, okay, let's make fun of Trump, and then people will be like, oh, well, he's not the main problem, whatever, and all that. But I'm like, I think, and I think because people think that the mainstream media and all these institutions, they make fun of him in like the real way, but also limited ways, where it makes it seem like being afraid, being like aware of Trump, and the threat of him, it makes it seem like it's like uncool, establishment narrative, whatever. Like you, like it's uncool to like fearmonger about Trump because Hillary Clinton will say something true about him, even though she's like the wrong messenger, because we all know she's corrupt as well, whatever. You know what I mean? So like to me, it's like I just feel like people. Like people, like it just it's crazy because it's a bunch of people now who think being online. I'm talking about more the right wingers who think that like, oh, because like Steven Crowder got the manifesto, that automatically means that it was hidden from us. And I'm like, if it comes out online, it wasn't meant to be hidden. It just
Also, the funny thing is, the funny, well, not really funny, but the interesting thing is, they were wrong about what they were expecting in the manifesto. They were expecting it to be like someone driven by like transgender rights and like pronouns and gender ideology, and that's not what they got. That's not what it was at all.
yeah,
The person never even brings up them being in what was released. The issue of them being trans or any gender identity or gender dysphoria issues never come up because it had no bearing on the situation, and that's what they wanted. That's what they were bloodlusting over.
No, but yeah, but that's what they wanted. Plus, like, but like for some reason, whenever like somebody posted online, they go, "Oh, look, mainstream media is bad, and I'm good because I somehow got connection to it." You know what I mean? And to me, all I'm saying is that the reason why I don't buy into online rhetoric as much anymore is because I feel like a lot of people, and I'm not saying people on the left, I'm talking about more promotional on the right, where they make it seem like it's dangerous because like, oh, the mainstream media doesn't want you to know about this, but like literally everyone's online. Literally all the news is about stuff that's online. So I don't buy this notion where people think, like especially on the right wing side, where they think that like the information they're putting out is so dangerous. And I think it's gotten people fooled because they think the only media you can be woken up to is only the mainstream media. Like, you know what I mean? Like you think automatic, like that's why I always say that people shouldn't shoo away some of these conspiracies in the sense that if one gets proven true a little bit, like in a 10% range, what's it called? Like someone goes, well, Alex Jones was right about the whole thing. I'm like, dude, do you think Alex Jones was the first person to mention New World Order? I've been hearing New World Order in wrestling and in hip hop for so fucking long.
That's what I think when I say hear New World Order. I don't even think conspiracy theories. The first thing I think of is Hulk Hogan, Scott Hall, and the Kevin Nash for life.
Yeah, exactly, man. That's what I think. Whatever. So people online now, it just feels like the reason why people feel so amplified to be amplifying these shitty views now is because they have the perception that everything that they're talking about online is 100% underground. No one else has ever come up with it. And that's why people go, oh, I better look at what's going on online, essentially. And as somebody that listen, all day I can argue with, I'll tell you, yeah, mainstream media has been shit for the last like 30 years or so, whatever. Like I can fully admit that. But I think when people use that as like their main, like, you know, their main objective, and then when there's some conspiracy that, like for example, like the one, like for that one guy that was debunking John Podesta's emails, whatever, because the right is obsessed with that. Apparently that guy got caught up with like child abuse or rape or whatever. So whenever these things
what are you talking about? Wait, hold on. Whoa, what are you talking about?
The guy who debunked the comment pizza or John Podesta emails. Apparently, this guy, I think it's Sam Selzer or something like that. He was caught apparently, like, because like again, you don't even know if that's.
I know what you're talking about. You, my friend. I know you're trying hard. They got you again. The right has tricked you once more. So the story is that I've heard of this. This guy Slade Somer, right? Slade.
Yeah. Slade Summers.
So he was previously the former editor of that online news channel, The Recount. You see them on Twitter. They're owned by a new company now, and Slade Somer has nothing to do with them and hasn't apparently for a few months, I think, or at least a month or two, something like that. But this part of the story is true. He, exactly what you said, he was horrible story. Whatever happens to this guy, he deserves in terms of jail time or whatever. Whatever restitution, whatever legal penalties or jail time coming his way. He apparently was caught with hundreds of child sex abuse images. Horrendous. And apparently they're thinking of even giving him additional charges, more serious charges, because it seems like he might have directed some children in these. It's horrible stuff. And this part is true. And I hope this guy has the full. I'm all for prison reform and things like that, but for people like this, I think throw the book at him.
Do you always find it weird?
But this dude, I don't know where the right's getting this. This dude had nothing to do with Pizzagate debunking. He and I don't even know if he was a friend of John Podesta's either. He was just like over the past few years, like in 2016, I don't even know what this dude was doing. But over the past years, he was just like, he became like a writer for a few outlets. And then he became the editor of that channel Recount. I've been doing conspiracy theory coverage for a long time. And honestly, I never came across this guy until I might have seen him on Twitter every now and then. I didn't follow him. Maybe he would have been in like, I would have seen him in comments because he apparently was I think he wrote for BuzzFeed, or he was in a popular BuzzFeed article or something before this all came out, obviously. But I don't know where this Pizzagate thing was coming from with this guy. I've never come across this guy.
Okay, so thank you so much for like giving me like the more nuance, because here's the thing, man. Sometimes I can't comment on the conspiracy subreddit because I got banned when I pointed out that like this place has become Trump 2.0 kind of in a way. And they banned me, but I didn't want to make a new account because I was already on my third account. So I do browse by there to see what the latest narratives, and I know it's more right-wing, but whenever someone does push back on some of the right-wing conspiracies, they start accusing that person of being like a Fed or a shill. So, like, to me, it's interesting to see people push back. But the whole John Podesta thing, bro, I never understood what the whole thing was because there was these leaked emails, but I never read them. And then you're counting on other people to go, well, this is what was in these emails. And I never really dived into that one. Like, if you told me that elite people are into some shady fucking shit, then like I could believe it. So it's easy for me to go, okay, I can see that happening, but I never knew if the narrative is not right. Like, for example, like lately, I don't know if you've been following this in the news. There's been a couple of brothels that have been broken up, and they keep I don't know if it's the real framing, but the right wing framing is top level Pentagon people or politicians have been caught up in this, and then every day is promoted, going, you see, this is why they don't want you to know who's on Epstein's island. Look at these stories they don't want you to know about. But I'm like, you're showing me these stories from a mainstream platform. So how are they not letting me know that this exists? You know what I mean? Like, it's just more promotion of how the stuff online kind of makes people think they're taking in news that like, oh, I'm not supposed to know about this. And I think that's why people get amplified with the internet narratives, because they think automatically if the mainstream media is not talking about it, that like it totally means that like they're right. And before I go, I know I'm taking too much time, and I promise I'll leave. You know how the recurring storyline that I come on here with, where I go to you like, hey, in Congress, who do you think is gonna throw the first fucking punch? And every day we're getting there more and more by hearing like Kevin McCarthy is like elbowing somebody, and like that Mark Wayne Mullen guy like almost threatened like that fucking Teamster dude. Do you see how close it is, bro? Until we get to a fucking like a real like a real brawl in the. I'm not hoping it happens, but I think it's inevitable that someone is gonna fucking snap in Congress, and there's gonna be an all-out fucking fight. Do you agree?
Oh, it almost happened. Yeah, we almost saw it last week. Yeah, I don't it's bound to happen, right?
I don't believe. Okay, what the call you? One last thing. If they ever made a movie about the left, right, the left media, do you think David Schwimmer would play fucking Sam Cedar?
Sorry. David who? I mean, Sam should play Sam, right?
Dude, I mean, you gotta have an A plus actor before you go to like Sam.
Whoa! I'm gonna send this to Sam. Sam's not an A plus actor. Oh!
But you can't play yourself in a movie, bro. You can't. You gotta have someone else play you so that the people that don't know of Sam.
I'm gonna play me in the Matt Binder movie.
I mean, you might. You could get Jake and who's that guy? Jake and Masuka, whatever his name is. Jake and Masukas.
Are you saying I look an actor looks like me, or I look like an actor?
He's always in. Although he was in The League. You remember that TV show, The League? Jake and Masukas or something like that. He's like he kind of looks like you a little bit, but the guy's voice.
Jason Matsukis. I'm looking him up now. You think I look like this guy?
A little bit. I'm talking about
I don't think so.
If you make a movie, they gotta exaggerate how you look like. They're gonna get a guy that looks
he's got really curly hair. I don't have curly hair. I don't think he looks like me.
Kind of a little bit.
All right. He's a little bit. He's about 13 years older than me. I don't know.
But anyways, Bender, I'm gonna let you take other calls. But no, let me say this. I'm looking at open mics, right? And there is an open mic for.
People in the chat. You probably meant Jason Momoa, right? That's who should play me. I mean, it's clearly got the beard, the long hair, the stunning good looks, and then of course, like the given is the chiseled body. I mean, of course. And he's only 44. It's less than it's a small difference there. We're about 7 years apart. Yeah.
Binder, because you're from New York, right?
I am. Yep.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Muslims writer community or something like that? Because they're from New York, but they're doing an event in Toronto, and there's an open mic there. So I'm thinking that like for Sunday maybe I might go to this event for an open mic, because I think it might be easier with like talking about politics if it's a free Gaza event, right? But I also don't want to go to like a Gaza event where like it might not be on the up and up. You know what I mean? Cause I don't need to be getting.
I don't know what you're talking about, honestly. Send me. What's it called? I'll look into it.
It's called the Muslims Writers Community or something like that.
Muslims Writers Community, and what is the event?
It's like it's a Toronto event, but I think they're like a writers troupe out of New York, and they go to like different things.
Oh, okay. Muslims Writer Collective, I think you're talking about. I'm looking. I'm not familiar with them, but from what I'm looking at, they seem legit. They seem like it's a legit thing. They got lots of followers online. They've got a Facebook page with over 30,000 followers, which is not easy to fake. They got lots of pictures of actual people, not like stock photos and stuff. Looks like photos from the actual event.
I got you. No, I just wanted to ask because I knew you're from New York, and I know that you might be familiar with like some of these good causes and all that kind of stuff. I'm just figuring that if I go to this event, I do open mic. I think a lot of my like political jokes might land with like you know what I mean. I know it's a safe thing for a Muslim like me to go to a Muslim event to go, oh look at me guys, let's go anti-Israel everybody. You know what I mean? Like you know what I mean?
Right.
Hey, so I'm thinking of going. So I'm continuously looking up different like
What's the deal? What's the deal with Israel? Is that what you're gonna...
if you don't believe that I'm Muslim, I'll say it. I promise you, I'm not a Mossad agent trying to infiltrate this infiltrate or something like that. You know what I mean? I don't know if that'll go over well. But no, normally one of my jokes is always like it's to make fun of the joke because it's an old joke that I had where I always preface it like this. Oh, tonight will be historic because I'll accomplish something, and if I bomb, it'll be the first time you see a Muslim bomb, and you won't get killed, whatever, right? That's always like a go-to hack joke, but then I make fun of the joke because it was my first joke that I had that in my back pocket that I pretended that I was gonna do when I wanted to do comedy 10 years ago, but because I thought I was gonna die, I didn't really intend on doing comedy because I didn't think I was gonna live long. So I always had that as my back pocket joke. So when you tell people you want to be a comedian,
I don't get why that's the I'm not gonna. There's a few people I know of who had this like when like even back all the way in high school where they were like, I'm only gonna live till I'm like 25 anyway, so I'm gonna do this, and this, and then I'm out of here. And guess what?
Yeah.
Thankfully, the vast majority of them. They're still here. You guys got screwed. You didn't die when you wanted to.
well, listen. If I do die soon, I'm glad that I gotta be, a caricature on your show, bro, for a bit. You know what I mean? I enjoy calling in, and I enjoy your
Hansi,
community.
You're not going anywhere. I forbid it. You're not going anywhere.
All right, man. With the call, yo, I'll be in the comment section, bro.
You have to at least live until CM Punk returns to the WWE.
All right, fine.
And if that happens this weekend, I'm sorry. I did not mean it for that.
By the way, Matt. If you I don't know if you've been following the Miz and Gunther storyline, but if you told me a year ago
it was good
that Miz and Gunther would have a better build than Omega and MJF, I would have spit in your face if you told me that. And now we're here.
I don't know. Listen, I love AEW. I love the talent. I love the people there. I think they have great wrestling. I think they're back. I think. But they really dropped the ball with storyline and character development. I think it is. I don't understand what's going on there, and I say this as someone who really enjoys all those wrestlers and the matches. WWE, maybe if this was like when WWE was at its worst storyline wise or at its weak points, but especially compared to WWE over the past year or so with like the Bloodline stuff, and I know it's not as hot right now, but the storylines are still better than the norm in WWE, at least the norm over the the past decade. It's making AEW's character development and storyline writing look even worse. I really think they need writers. They need writers. It's very clear. It's very clear that Tony Khan, he's able to focus on one or two feuds and really make them great, but then everything else it's just like comes and goes. There's no consistent storyline building.
That's the thing that I'm worried about, bro.
I mean, what's going on with obviously WWE's done this, but like there's been like the return of Danhausen now for how many weeks, and he hasn't come back.
But, dude, do you really care about Danhausen that much?
I'm a big fan of Danhausen.
Here's the thing. I think he's a funny dude, and maybe I haven't seen all of his indie run, whatever. But it just seems like a demonic sperm cell that was like, you know what I mean? Like,
I think he could be a major player as someone on the mic, the head of a stable. who like sends out like his members to do most of the in-ring action. He's still a good wrestler, but like his real talent is on the mic, I think, or as like a charismatic type of guy. I think they are dropping the ball with him. I think he can be a real big star. They just need to correctly book an angle around him. And they haven't really done that at all, really. Since
I mean, that's true. I think because people see him at a level, but dude, if you say so, here's the thing: I was wrong about Orange Cassidy, so maybe I'm wrong about Danhausen. You know what I mean? Because at first I didn't see him with Orange Cassidy, and now I think he's one of the more like his.
Right. It's the same thing. I think it's the same thing with Danhausen. I think AEW is really good at taking guys who have it in terms of like the natural charisma and talent to be a major wrestling player. They have all the everything lined up except for the one most important thing that has historically held back anyone and everyone in the WWE, and that is the look and physique. And they've done a really good job at taking those people who just weren't born with gigantic arms and muscular chiseled bodies and realizing that, hey, this person doesn't have that, but they got everything else, and we're going to make them a star. And they've been good at that with like Orange Cassidy, for example. I'm just talking about short guys. Like, historically, obviously, like people like Chris Benoit, those types had trouble. Like Chris Jericho had some trouble becoming big stars, but they were always huge though. They just short in size, like in height. But that's not the same thing. That's not the same thing.
I think what's his name? I don't know if you've been seeing Christian's stuff. I think he's been doing some of the best work of his career.
He's been great at AEW. I don't want to talk about. We're getting too. I really got to start that wrestling show. We're going too far off.
I'm sorry.
But Christian's stuff. Oh my God, the father stuff has been. This has been Christian's best run ever anywhere, and he's currently, how old is he now? He's like gotta be in his late 40s, right?
He's like probably 50. So him and Edge are probably like 50 or whatever.
This is his best run right now.
Yeah, but you listen, Matt. What's it called? I just want to thank you again for letting me on, man. I always enjoy. This is like a highlight of when you come on, man. And I'm glad that sometimes like it might take a while for me to get on, but sometimes when I do get on, whatever, man, I'm glad that we have a conversation. Because I'm always worried that like if I call in too much, that like I will like kind of like sour you, because my personality is like you could take it in limited doses. You can't be around me like like for several
every time
hours.
I get off the phone with you, Hansi, I want to kill myself. Okay, is that what you want to hear? Is that what you're? No, I enjoy talking to you, man. Every time we talk, you always downplay yourself, and you always act like you're the most miserable, worthless piece of crap on the planet, dude. I enjoy talking with you.
Okay, Matt, do me a favor. I promise I'll be more happy and I'll live forever as long as you want me to. If you can get me a date with Ravana, okay? That's our deal. No, I'm just joking. I hope Ravana's listening to this. She's like, why the hell is this guy mentioning me? But anyways, Matt, take it easy, bro. Thanks for having me on, man. Peace out.
Take care. All right, so we know that Hansi's got a crush on Ravana. I am not getting involved in any leftist relationships, advice. Not even gonna connect anybody. That's none of my business. That's all on you if you're interested in talking to somebody who I have on as a guest or do a show with, or I am not involved at all. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Spocko.
Spocko, how you doing, my friend? How you been?
I'm doing doing great, and you're just the topic tonight. I was listening to this, and I'm thinking, wow, I really need to get this call in. And
I know you are always on top of the ad industry as it pertains to media and entertainment. This is your forte.
Yeah, and I was thinking today is like you covered so much of the great information in the main part of your podcast. I'm thinking, what is it that people need to hear, some additional information that they need to know and remember? And so I was looking back at the things that I had written about and read about. So what's fascinating to me, of course, is my history for this. And I'm not going to go to the whole history of me again. You can listen to one of Matt's podcasts where I talk about this. I should actually know the dates of those. But I wanted to say that back when I was contacting advertisers to let them know of the horrific comments that the host was making, my whole piece was these hosts are saying horrific things and then they're reading your ad. And so I just, I copied the audio and I sent it to them and I said, listen, here's Lee Rogers saying something horrible and blowing people's brains out, and then he reads a United advertising commercial. I mean, so it's the same people. I told the United people, it's almost like he's wearing the pilot's uniform while he is saying these terrible things. So the thing that's interesting is that the people at KSFO, which was owned by ABC Disney at the time, instead of telling the host to shut up, they did very much like what it was that Musk is. They attacked the people who were providing the information to the advertisers, and which was me and a few other people. And the other interesting thing was, now I do this as a pseudonym. Spacco's not my real name. And the reason I did it was because I know how these people act. They will go after you. They will dox you. They'll find out exactly what it is that you're associated with, and they will destroy you that way. And I was very careful about this. And I was saying to Nicole Sandler earlier that this has gotten worse. And you might have noticed this when I was looking at the responses to Elon Musk, besides, where he called Media Matters pure evil. Underneath that, somebody had posted one of the Media Matters employees who was a trans person. They put their dead name in previously, and that person's name was in there, and it is part of a huge stream that he has. I mean, he's got how many 100 million bots and 60 million real people following him, and that is the issue that I think also needs to be addressed, which is the harm that he is causing, not just himself, but the community, by not having any kind of controls on Twitter. Now, you had mentioned the lawsuit, which, by the way, thank you much for going through that. Back in December, and I pulled up an article from Reuters, he was telling the advertisers that, we've got a whole new set of controls that will stop this bad language from being next to your paid advertisements. New controls. And the reason he did this is because they fired everybody. They fired the moderators, they fired the staff. So he figured he'd have a AI new thing that would use keywords and stuff that would stop it. And he sold this and pushed this to the advertisers and said, don't worry, that's not going to happen. Well, it didn't work. And so the thing that I also, I was pulling up the previous things from last year, they talked about how all these advertisers left and lost all the revenue. And one of the things that I know about is brand safety. And when a bunch of groups got together, and this included Media Matters, included the Free Press, it included your friend, my friend now too, from the Center for Countering Digital Hate, and a group called Tech Accountability, they got and gathered a bunch of the same information. And they said, here is the reason that you should keep your brands off of Twitter. And a bunch of them left. And after that came out, they sued. I think he threatened to sue ADL first. And he said that he claimed that the ADL was the one that caused it. But they did sue. He did sue, and is still a lawsuit with the Center for Countering Digital Hate right now. He did not sue ADL, but as we saw this morning, I guess, at his thermonuclear lawsuit, it came out. He has sued Media Matters, and very much like I was sued, or threatened to be sued first, by KSFO, ABC, Disney for the same reason. I alerted advertisers to the way that their ads were next to the horrific things that the hosts were saying. Here I feel like I'm talking at you. I'm sorry, but I just I just wanted to make sure that I covered the things that you have already covered a lot of it. What I'm thinking is what happens next, and to remind people that back it was in December, and then they did back in April when they put out a number of different new reports. Twitter just got worse and worse. And the people who were the advertisers, a lot of times they pause and then they kind of want to sneak back on. And Musk and what's the name of the new CEO? What's her name? Linda, I forget what her name was. She said that they were taking care of the advertisers. They were protected, and they just basically lied about this. And they lied about how many of the advertisers had come back. They're getting a bunch of, second-tier advertisers. And the difference between Elon Musk, who can allow a multiple advertisers to leave, is if he can say my principles are so much higher than trying to get revenue, then the keep your company brand safe so you can get revenue, that kind of goes away. It kind of disappears if he can say, well, I can make up the advertising revenue with with subscription and memberships and charging people like this. And I think somebody in the chat made a comment like, how long would it take to bring up that $100 million that ad that you use from Apple? Well, if everybody subscribed for the next 20 years, it would still not be enough to make up hundreds of millions of dollars of lost revenue. So the question is, what are the other reasons that you could continue losing money? Well, if you don't care about getting money, if your overall goal is to push a different agenda, then you can define what it is that you consider winning. And in Musk's case, his definition about what is free speech is going to be in line with whatever his goal is to use this very powerful media platform to push various different agendas. And I don't want to push other podcasts beside The Scam Economy with your host, Matt Bender. I did listen to a great podcast by Charlie Jane Anders and Annalee Newert. They're the former founders of IO9, and they also were they're science fiction writers. And they did a great podcast about how 1984, the book got kind of used by the tech bros, and they took the wrong lesson away from it. But a big part of it is the way that they talked about how the use of language and the use of the fear and threat of punishment, how that was the part that was that's a big part of what the tech bros did in their process of trying to have free speech. And I'm going to link what has happened today with Musk in the lawsuit with people might have been heard about the most recent story where Fonnie Willis was talking about the violation of the pretrial release with Harrison Floyd. And that issue about his threats, he made new threats to Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss by posting them on Twitter. And it was a fascinating, very unusual kind of discussion by the judges about, if you put an @ tag next to somebody, if you tag them, is that a direct contact or is it indirect? And I think you said earlier in the show, Matt, you said something about how the people in the legal world, they don't necessarily understand everything about social media and how it works. And they don't necessarily have an understanding of the tools, and then they fall into this, well, it's free speech, whereas it's been incumbent upon the prosecutors and some of the legal analysts to say, let's make clear distinctions on what is the difference between what you can say and who can say certain things when they're like out on bail, and what happens if they violate those, agreed rules. And if there is no consequences, no punishment, they just continue doing it. And the people like Musk and others, they'll it comes out from Trump. They will keep repeating the lie that they're trying to censor me and they're trying to shut down all my speech. And there's too many times that the media and other people fall into this protecting. I almost call it like a knee-jerk reaction of saying, well, I believe in, free speech, etc. And the one good thing I think about a lot of what's happening right now, it's an education to the people about the legal process, but we also need to understand that the social media, all the people who are running the social media, they're still profiting off of this kind of speech. There's still people who are being intimidated and threatened by this kind of speech. And there is very little desire or understanding for legislation to come in and do something. And there is very little desire for the social media companies to do something. And as our friend Amron from the Center for Countering Digital Hate says, the social media companies just lie about what they can and can't do. There's a lot of tools that they have that they can use, and they're not using them because it would cost them money. So I'm trying to say, I feel like I'm lecturing, and I want to make sure that I am making certain things clear, because I've been through this process. I was threatened, and I was lucky that I had protected myself. I feel like I almost want to identify myself for real to come out and say, look, I media trained Elon Musk back before he was famous. I worked with him. I also worked with the founder of Media Matters. Matter of fact, I was kind of like his mentor. I trained him on the techniques that I used on KSFO. He used them, and we used them on Glenn Beck, and then later on Rush Limbaugh. And the power, the various different, the power differential between Musk and, or like when it was Disney as KSFO, is still very real. And unless we have some sort of ways to hold those people accountable and get them to stop, then they're going to kind of run over us roughshod. And financially was one of the few ways that we could use. But when you got somebody like Elon Musk, he doesn't care anymore.
Right. I mean, there's little. The problem with someone having as much power as him is that he doesn't care. There's nothing on the line for him. You know what I mean? Like, if Twitter doesn't work out, he's fine. So Twitter doesn't work out. That's his investors' problem. He's got SpaceX. He's got Tesla. He's fine. Like, that's the thing. Like, the real, any sort of real punishment for Musk's behavior. And I'm not talking about how he runs any platform. I'm talking about what he personally says and does. It is really going to be up to the U.S. government to decide. We're not going to work. He's a government contractor. We're not going to work with him anymore. Yeah. And only then will there be a punishment that sticks to Musk. Otherwise, he's in the clear.
And who's going to do that? It's like, again, this is very much. I think there was even an article about this. They talked about how. I mean,
I don't know any other government contractor who's allowed to openly, dabble in white supremacist conspiracy theories in public.
Yeah. He controls the satellites. With this, he had the ability to turn off the satellites. I mean, I'm thinking this is this should be nationalized. I mean, this should not be a position for the one man to say, I think I just had a nice conversation with Putin. And he said that if I don't turn off those satellites, I might drop a nuke. And that's the other thing is, I've worked with these people. Like I said, when you reach this level of power, you think about the world very differently. And the tools that we have in order to rein somebody in, those people are also in this position of, well, if I go after Elon Musk, then we're going to lose our ability to get spaceships up to the International Space Station because SpaceX delivers the information. It was, who did we go to before? The Russians. So we had to go to the Russians because we had no ability to launch people up into space and so that's the other thing is, if you wanted to do something, and there is one senator who has gone after and said, what can we do to rein Musk in? You go after his other entities. So Elizabeth Warren went to the CEO of Tesla and said, your executive the chairman of the board, your executive is violating his fiduciary responsibilities as the CEO of Tesla. And he needs to take care of this for the point of view of your board. And she had a number of different questions that they needed to provide while he's running Twitter. And I don't know what happened with that, but we now see that the Twitter, the board and a bunch of the users are saying, we want to disassociate ourselves from Musk because he's bad for our business. And you would need to do the same thing with his satellite company, with his with SpaceX, and you have to say who is going to do that, who is in the position to say it's bad and it's not something that we want to associate with. And you've got the fear of him retaliating in a way that's going to say, oh, you don't want your Ukrainian thing to go well? Well, maybe I'm just going to turn off the satellites. Don't mess with me.
Right. I mean, it's stunning how much power this guy, and you're like I think the satellite, Starlink issue is a major thing. I think it's probably one that most people are not focusing on, including myself. I really should focus on that more. We talk about Tesla because it's this big money maker. We talk about SpaceX because it gets all the headlines because it's probably, one of his one project that sort of actually does like keep people enamored, like, ooh, rocket ship goes in the air, cool. Mm-hmm. But in terms of like what's going to directly affect the everyone the most, it's those satellites. It's Starlink. It's what he's putting out. Like the fact that he owns all those satellites and he owns the most of them, and he's basically taking up this space in space. He's basically colonizing, the Earth's atmosphere, like around the Earth. I'm not a space person, so I don't know the exact terminology, but he's basically, this is all going to end up being his domain. Like, there's going to be no one left by the time anyone catches up, there's not going to be any, maneuvering for anyone to do but him. He's going to control the complete communications in the satellite space.
There's a number of science fiction stories that I've read where the same kind of, super powerful individuals who are control of certain industries. And there is a real fear of them, having control, but they don't know how to deal with it. And there was a great book by Daniel Suarez called Kill Decision. And at that point, he talked about how bots and various different ways could be used to control the equivalent of Twitter, social media. And this is something that people don't necessarily always think about, which is you right now, the Saudis are a huge investor in Twitter, in X, and they have a huge amount of money that they can just say, well, maybe this was bad. The Arab Spring was bad. And maybe we should be able to have some control over this. That's one of those things that people don't always talk about, which is how does Twitter drive media narratives? And Dan Gilmore on Mastodon constantly harps about the fact that all of these journalists are still, posting up on Twitter, and it's not like they have another place that they can go to, pitch their stories, because it's become this centralized locale, and there isn't another place that people can go to. And I think that's a real tragedy, but it is one of the reasons that instead of, getting rid of Musk, can you reform what was Twitter again? At this point, it almost feels like it's a lost cause, but there needs to be something else, because the media, they're not going to come out and as you know, it's like, what are they going to do to you? They'll kick you off, but then people want to say, well, I got to reach the audience.
Right. Yeah. I don't even know what to say anymore. I don't know what it's going, what he needs to do.
Do people want I think this is the thing, and I did a lot of research and connecting with what was going on in European, in terms of what their rules and regulations are, and they have things, but there are and they are possible to implement. The reason that there isn't anything happening in the U.S. is because, once again, it is the power of money in legislation in order to shut certain things down. And I like, again, the Center for Media and the Center for Countering Digital Hate did an incredibly great study about this and pointed out how the people who are profiting from the aggressive, the hate, etc., those people, like Facebook, they like to have engagement. They like to have the attacks, and they know a lot about how it's being used to raise money, and they know how it's being used against people. And until there is a financial disincentives, they're not going to change. And before I go, and I feel like people are like, calling in now, before I go, I would like to have a little shout out to my friends out there in the chat. One of the ways that I wanted to do is I wanted people to say, there's something that you can do when you find out that people are being threatened and harassed online. And I did almost like, it wasn't a case study, but in Boise, Idaho, one of the politicians he ran for governor, Ammon Bundy, he had one of his supporters had his grandchild taken away for malnutrition, and then he took him to they took the child to the St. Luke's Hospital in Boise, and Bundy and his people got together and they came to the hospital and they protested with guns, and they had the whole hospital shut down, saying baby Cyrus has been kidnapped. And so I had been talking to some people in Idaho about this, because I knew that this is one of the ways that Bundy works, is they threaten people and they use the media to raise money. And so after they had shut down the hospital, eventually they left. And so I talked to them, and they said, I suggested that they file a civil lawsuit, a defamation lawsuit against them, and to track all the ongoing harassment that comes after they leave the hospital. And so I talked to them. I actually talked to the lawyer who was representing St. Luke's, and I also talked to our friends at the Center for Media and Center for Countering Digital Hate. I talked to the people from the Idaho Project 97, and I said, we need to not just go after Bundy, but his organization and how he raises money, because his followers are going to just come out and make death threats. So I told the lawyer, you need to keep tracking all of the information when people get threatened, like the hospital staff get threatened. And then when you have the case before the court, you show them this not damage not only just shut down the hospital, but this is all these people's lives were put in danger. And so Bundy denied he didn't do it, and so they did the case, and before it got settled, the lawyers brought 30 pages of all the death threats and harassment that came from Bundy followers. And the case they won a $52.5 million settlement. And it wasn't just Bundy that got the fine. It was the grandfather of this child, Bundy's organization, his People's Right group, and his super PAC for him running for governor. And they all had to pay millions of dollars. And I also said to the lawyer, you need to prepare for them the same way that you need to prepare for somebody like Alex Jones, who's going to try and hide his money. And so they did. And sure enough, Bundy tried to hide his money, and they got him with another suit. And they are holding him, and he just had another case where he gets held in contempt for not paying the money that he owes. And the reason I did this whole story is because I said this kind of tactics can be used for hospitals like Boston Children's Hospital and Vanderbilt Medical, where people who are being attacked, the staff are being attacked because they were providing gender-affirming care. And so I wanted to let those people in these hospitals know this is a method and methodology going after the people who are attacking your staff. You use a financial method, but it's also a way to get to the broader group of people who organized and implemented an attack on your hospital. And the only way that this gets to stop in America is when there's a huge financial penalty for doing this kind of work, because criminally it is really hard, because in America it seems like they love to lump in death threats with free speech, and they say, well, it's possible. In this case, you can clearly point to the damages that are being done to people and who is profiting from it. So that's my little. I've been saving up that for a long time. So I appreciate you listening, and this is for some of the people who I've learned a lot from in the chat, that I want to let them know that this is part of the goal, is to not only protect the people who are being harmed, and not to let them people get away with it, and to make it so in a way that forces them to change their behavior, because in a lot of cases, when it's down to financial, that's when they really finally listen.
Right. Spacco, always a pleasure when you call in, because you're great. You always got. I mean, it's surprising to me that you don't host your own show. Not only you got the voice, but you have the entire segments down. Like, you should just be doing a show. You call in to do a segment, honestly.
I'm terrible at that.
You call in and you do a segment. It's great. It's great for me because I'm able to just listen. Especially when I'm coughing and choking on myself.
You are always ahead of the curve. Like, when I look at the people who bring up that I looked at and found, like the lawyer from Alejandro Cabrera, the lawyer, she calls the suit an LOL suit, Musk's LOL suit, and you are the ones, like, you're always, like I say, 6 months ahead of what's going on, because you know what's happening and you see what's coming forward. So you're the one who I look to find out what's next. I try and fill in the gaps and say, here's how it really happens, and here's how it can happen. And I try and be encouraging, because we as activists, I consider myself activists, we get disgusted and we get defeated, and it seems like nobody's ever going to get in trouble for the things that they do. And so I just like to bring, some positive things that have happened, that we've done, and we can make a difference. And it is it's all through people like you who help us. So thanks a lot.
No, thank you, Spacco, for the kind words and also for your knowledge when you call in. It's always a pleasure. Have a great night, and if you celebrate, have a happy Thanksgiving.
Okay, bye.
Damn, guess you don't celebrate. uh, let's go back to the phones. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, my name is Evan, and I'm calling from Nebraska. How's it going?
Evan, you said?
And
Oh, you got to turn down the you do have to turn down the YouTube audio. Yep.
Yep, I am right now. I was just getting to it. Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. So you said your name's Evan from Nebraska?
Yes.
Cool. What's up, Evan? What would you like to talk about?
Uh, you know, I'm on disability, so I don't have much opportunity to talk about much with many people, and Israel Palestine is on my mind right now, and I obviously where to begin, but I kind of like it brings me back like before I even was I've kind of become deeply interested in politics since Trump. And although, I began that there, like my journey on Israel Palestine was, it began at a IQ squared debate with Mehdi Hassan and Elon Pepe versus Melanie, some racist British lady.
I didn't see that. Could you hold on? Go. There was a debate. You said.
Yes, it was a debate called anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. And
Oof.
it was Melanie Phillips, that was her name, pro-Israeli journalist and author from Great Britain, and they were facing against also an Israeli politician named Einat Wilf. And it
This is from
was
4 years ago. It looks like.
it
Okay.
was a while ago. And it was kind of following like one of the more recent conflicts, like in 2018, I think, or something like that,
Right.
or like when they did that right of return march. Does that sound right?
I
2017.
think so. Yeah, I think you think so. Yes.
But anyway, like it was just interesting, like to like my introduction was there, so it was pretty mild, and it was just on the topic of anti-Zionism, and it was very like it made me curious, and like I have far too much time on my hands these days, and like I either search for YouTube videos and documentaries on these issues, and like some of the best like documentaries I've seen was Al Nakba from Al Jazeera, and that documentary, The Great Book Heist, that Sam has talked about. And it's just I kind of feel like, I'm like 43, and like basically I'm from Nebraska, and like smallish town, 25,000 people, where the extent of entertainment was, just getting drunk with your friends. And it was like, Iraq, Afghanistan obviously happened like right after my inaugural voting effort, which was, I voted for Al Gore. That was, a long time ago. But yeah, it was, after that, though, like, I just feel like Afghanistan, Iraq, I just like completely like checked out of politics, basically. Uh, like I just was like, what,
Fed up.
like, it, minimum wage hasn't moved for years, and it was like now, you know, uh, gosh, 2000 or 2002 or something like that, and I was just like,
Well,
my gosh, man.
hate to let you know what it is now.
Oh, right. Yeah, yeah, I know, man. I look at it and I think to myself, even before my accident in 2005, like I look back to that, and I actually thought I was making a pretty good wage at the time. I was making like 12.50 an hour, and in my area that was reasonable, but like I could barely afford rent then, and had like my mother. She passed away about 10 years ago now, but had she not been around when I got in my motorcycle accident, I don't know what I'd have done, because like she just like was basically on it. She was filing disability stuff before I had left the hospital, and like I was just lost. I didn't think that I would be, it would be a permanent thing. Uh, I lost the use of my right arm, and I suffer from like neuropathy, where I just have spastic pains in my right arm from I ruptured the nerves that connect to my spinal cord, so it just kind of like neuropathic pain, and it's just comes and goes whenever it decides. So it's I've had like a journey on politics, and it's been from disillusion to like the whole Obama thing. Like I kind of was getting back into politics with my mother, but it was very milk toasty. And I then like Trump, and like I became more curious in like institutions and like systems, that, and questions that I'd never really, philosophical questions that I'd never asked before. And like maybe I was exposed to philosophical questions that I never thought about in, some literature that I'd been exposed to, and some, you know, there are some real good occasional content that I've been, you can catch from anybody that starts the gears grinding. And from there I just started asking the right questions. And like I remember I caught Sam when he was on Peacock, is when I was initially exposed to the Majority Report, and that was with Michael, and I don't know who else was on, but I know it was Michael and Sam, sharing the screen at the time, I believe. And it was, kind of changed. I'd been exposed to some content creators like Bo of the Fifth Column, who's pretty, I don't know. He's calls himself far more left of center, and he's very involved in union efforts and funding like union like strike efforts and getting them foods and things like that. So he does a lot of good work, and I believe he's from Florida. But like that was my first kind of like radical shift away from any kind of cable news or network news, like anything outside of that. And then from there, it was finding media that was respected and had a history, like Mother Jones and Harper's, people that did good long form articles and investigative journalism. And it's just it's taken me and in like, sorry about the cough tonight, bud.
No, I'm sorry. I'm trying to mute myself.
Oh.
You might hear it, but most times when I'm coughing, I actually manage to press the mute button for the stream. Not all times. I did miss then. But if you hear me coughing, just keep talking. I'm going to mute it for the audience. I'm sorry if it's annoying for you, but
no, don't.
they'll be able to hear
about
you.
It. Hey, you put in some long hours doing this work, dude. Like, and
No,
some late nights.
I like doing it.
And-
Honestly, I like doing it.
I can tell that you have like a passion for what you do, and I think that's why. Like, I mean, when I always enjoy the jabbing and your snarkiness with David on Leftist Mafia.
It's just to be clear, because I know there might be people who don't know. It's all out of love. We're all good friends.
Like if I mean, I'm sure maybe
I'm sure I get under his
somebody
skin
that
sometimes,
would be
but
new to the show may be unfamiliar with your sense of humor.
there are
so
quite a few people who think I have some sort of passionate hatred for David Doyle. I assure you, maybe subconsciously, just because he's like the handsome, like prep school looking type. Maybe subconsciously
course.
that's why I go after him more. But but other than that, there is no beef or hatred of David Doyle. His chat, however.
Wow, finally, like that's funny. Like I tried to share my screen with you right at the beginning, and all of a sudden, after we've been talking for 12 and a
Oh, it
half
just
minutes,
popped up?
it just said, "Would you like to share your screen?"
Oh, that's funny.
And I was like, "Oh, well, sure, but I don't know. I'd like to get off so you can take some more time with some other."
Oh no, this was
callers.
great, and I think this was your first time calling in, right? If I hope you call in again. This was great.
It is my first time calling in, and like I've
Usually I would
meant
talk
to
more, but I'm
call
like
in.
honestly like trying to not cough and like interrupt you. So
Oh no, I understand, and like like I said, hey, you've got you put in some long hours doing this, and you're gonna be at work doing this tomorrow and taking calls, because I notice whenever you're doing this, you're taking calls like every time, and I just like enjoy just hearing people's stories, and like I enjoy your authentic discourse with them, and just like in a way that like I know Sam takes callers on the majority report, but he just doesn't have the amount of time you do to take with your callers in the evenings. And I know sometimes if some crazy libertarian calls, Sam relishes the opportunity to really fuck with them. So, but yeah, But yeah, hey, it was a pleasure chatting with you, and I appreciate you taking the time. And I will definitely take the opportunity to call in again, and hopefully next time my device shares the screen. So,
Yeah, I appreciate it, and definitely do call in again. Have a
all
great
right.
night, and if you
Now,
celebrate, have a happy Thanksgiving.
hey, you too. Hey, have a good one.
Peace.
Bye.
All right, I will take one, maybe two more calls. Let's see how this goes. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hold on, my mic's being all loose.
Oh, you're
This
on.
is
Hold on, you're using video. One second, let me pull you up. Here we
yeah.
go. Hey, what's your name? Where are you calling from? I
Hi,
see you, but for the audio only audience, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
I am Argonian Balm is my username. I'm Lauren. I'm calling from around Dearborn area. I called in last week, but I was too nervous to say anything of substance. But
I remember. I remember you calling in, and I hope. I thought it was a good call. I don't remember. I don't remember. I'm not gonna lie. I don't remember exactly what we talked about, but I recall it being a fun, entertaining call. And listen,
oh,
listen. You can't when you call into a show, you can't expect that you're gonna you're gonna end up dropping like some sort of knowledge every time you call
fair,
in.
fair.
The calls are completely for fun conversation. Substantive stuff would be a secondary bonus, but as long as the conversation's entertaining and good, we're all in the clear.
Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, and you do keep a cozy environment here, so that's good.
I
Uh,
try. I
One thing
try.
that Oh, sorry. I was gonna say one thing that got me thinking this morning, because I was looking at that Media Matters lawsuit too, is we look at how like Tucker Carlson was deplatformed and how he basically lost like 80% of his audience, and that was very effective. But what impact do you think that like Elon Musk's embrace of these fascist conspiracy theories, like do you think they have any impact on his sort of like SpaceX style crypto style fans, or is that something that sort of like goes under the radar as they only look at ooh spaceships, ooh Mars, you know?
Um, these are definitely two different audiences. I would say the space exploration people definitely do not like that he's doing this other stuff. From what I understand, they really try to separate what SpaceX is doing from Elon Musk as a whole. SpaceX is also probably the company that Elon Musk has the least to do with in terms of like the
Oh,
running
yeah.
of the company. I don't think people realize this. Musk is not the CEO of SpaceX. Like he is the CEO of Tesla, and like I know Linda Yaccarino is the CEO of X, but Musk is
Yeah,
in
come
control
on.
there.
She doesn't know what he decides she learns on air.
Yeah,
You know?
SpaceX is actually like, it is basically his company. Like he did found it, but the everyday, I mean, and he is the CEO of SpaceX. But there's this scientist who actually really runs the company. Like I forgot her name. One second, let me pull her up because she's worth
All right.
mentioning. Um, uh, 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 Gwynne Shotwell. She is the president and CEO of SpaceX,
Okay.
and really sort of like the person responsible for the company. Like she's the one there running the day to day operations.
Hence why there
So
is a
like
day-to-day operation.
right,
Sorry.
like Musk is definitely probably less involved with SpaceX than he is with the other two companies. The other two, he has other companies too, but of the three main companies, he's probably the least involved with the daily SpaceX stuff, from my understanding. Because she's like an engineer. This is her
Yeah,
deal.
she actually
Um,
she
yeah,
knows
she
what's
actually knows
up.
what she's doing, and he doesn't know anything about rocket ships. Like people
Yeah.
think he does. He just has the funding and is interested in it, and that's why he
He's
started
good at
SpaceX.
selling bridges, pretend like ideas of androids and tunnels in the future.
Right.
Very
Oh,
good at
your video just froze, but it's okay if that's
Oh,
how it's gonna be. Your audio's still fine though.
okay, okay. I was having some issues earlier. I wasn't sure if it was Twitch or not.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Um,
I'll just pull you off this. Let me. It's might be Skype.
oh,
Oh wait, you just unfroze. Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
so with this, so back to your question, the space exploration people really try to separate the two, because I don't think for the most part, I mean, of course you get the people who are fans of his, but the people who are like into space and not just SpaceX,
yeah.
they doing this now. The screen's freezing,
Ooh,
headphones going.
you went robot.
Yeah, hold on. Here we go. Okay.
I'm not centered. Okay.
All right. So hold on, am I using the right mic too? Okay, cool. So I would say the space fans, like the space exploration people, try to separate the two, and they're not a fan of how he acts outside of SpaceX. But the space exploration stuff is so important that they have to support it.
Yeah,
The cryptocurrency people who are fans of him because of the Doge stuff. I mean, a lot of those people are right wingers to begin with. They probably fucking
that's
love this shit.
true.
They
There's
love
a
this
lot
shit.
of the
Like
memes
like
even with those coins are soy jack and
right. Like space exploration is sort of like a mainstream, like really like nerdy, geeky, like sciency like thing. Like there are people of all ages and backgrounds who love space, like NASA stuff, and they're really into it. The cryptocurrency people are definitely like Musk fans.
hmm like the toxic kind. I was
Yes.
concerned about that, and like I don't have that end of the algorithm on any of my stuff. I don't really look at space exploration in particular, so I figured might as well ask you. You report on that kind of thing. I'm
Yeah,
sure
I'm
your
I'm
timeline's
just not.
got a bunch of it.
I've never been a big space person. Like I think it's cool, but I think we're putting the, what is it, the horse before the car, whatever it's
Yeah,
called. I
the
mean,
cart before the horse. Yeah,
like
yeah.
we got a lot of things to deal with here that the money could be going to. Uh, do I think it's like obviously like an important endeavor? Sure. In the future, many years in the future, like something that like my kids might not even experience.
Right.
But like to me, I never got too excited about it.
Not the biggest
I
fan
really
of it
like. I
being
really like.
privatized.
Yeah, that too. That too. But yeah, also when it became privatized and it went from like, wow, NASA did this, and it's this like big like united sort of moment for the country
Mhm.
that like that. I do think that took away a lot from it. Like
Oh yeah.
the U.S. does so very little to be proud of.
Yeah.
That like something like that, and like when we would like the whole idea of like even like when our relations with Russia isn't so great, we still come together for like the International Space Station and
Yup.
stuff. Like that is like something truly sort of remarkable to behold. And it's sort of like lessens it a lot, the
Mhm.
whole thing, when it's being privatized.
Yeah, we don't
And
need the interest of capital that much tied in with just research, plain research. I was gonna joke, I was gonna say, you know, it goes the way of privatization. We're more likely gonna see Golden Palace Casino carved into the moon than we're gonna be traveling out of the solar system or something Star Trek like that.
right, no, exactly. And on top of that, I think of I always bring this up, but I think it's such a moment that stuck with me. Um, when what's his face? Oh my god, I'm having a mental block. Captain Kirk from Star Trek.
hmm
What's his name?
Captain Kirk? Or
Cap.
are you talking about which series?
William Shatner. William Shatner.
Oh, the actor.
When
Yeah.
William
Oh my
Shatner,
God, yeah. I
when
hate
William
the dude,
Shatner
but
took
his
that,
reaction
yeah, he's
was
like a fairly like conservative political guy, but he went
mhm.
on that space trip with Jeff Bezos's space company, and he came back, and like his reaction to it, to me, really like super interesting. That like
Yeah, that was
he went up
touching.
there and he wasn't like enamored by like space. Like he actually came back and said like the nothingness of space is what struck him, and what really looked beautiful to him was looking at Earth down below and how colorful and vibrant it is, and like it made him realize that like everything we need is there, and like we're destroying it, and
Yeah,
like there's nothing in space out there as far as we know of that comes close to it.
I can't imagine something more lonely than if he was alone in that pod, right?
I mean, he was with Jeff Bezos and Jeff Bezos' brother, I
Oh,
believe. And when they came back, they were
they
like,
might be androids. He might have been
William,
alone.
William Shatner was having like this insanely like emotional looking within. Like he probably saw his entire life flash before his eyes. He was having this really deep moment, and he's trying to tell the interviewer about it. And Jeff Bezos comes over with the champagne.
Yeah,
Like,
I forgot about that. Oh, that was so fucked up.
Like,
Says a lot about
obviously,
someone's
like, yeah.
character.
Like to me, like I can't imagine going to space and coming back and not like just taking a moment. Like it's just the first
Yeah.
thing you do is like, "Whoa!" Like spraying champagne everywhere. Like it's wow.
Nothing's real
yeah.
to him anymore, apparently. He's just thinking about, I can pop back up here whenever I want. Like,
Yeah,
sick
that honestly,
bastard.
that whole moment really stuck with me, and like I think like I would be shocked if that doesn't become like the cliche like clip used in like movies like 50 years
I
from
would
now
love that.
to
I would love
like
that.
show like the disconnect between like yeah.
Yeah, as a Trekkie that constantly pretends that William Shatner doesn't exist, only Captain Kirk, I was actually I was moved by that situation, and usually I can't stand him or hearing about
I
him.
think it also speaks to like the vast difference most people don't really get between like even like wealthy celebrities and like the very powerful billionaires.
Yeah.
Like I think a lot of people just view Jeff Bezos as and William Shatner probably as like rich.
Yeah.
But like I think that moment shows that they're not on the same level. Like even if you don't like William Shatner and his politics, he's not a Jeff Bezos in terms of like he's just so far gone in his vast fortunes and power that there's like no reflection on like the moment he just experienced and the humanity of it. Yeah.
Even like mathematically, like those celebrities are so much closer to us than they are to him. A lot of people don't realize just how huge billions of dollars are.
Like Shatner may have like 1,000 times what I have, but Bezos has like 100,000 times what Shatner has.
Yeah. Oh, it's so excessive. Oh, I was wondering if I could share my screen for a second. I've got some doodles of those emotes I was working on, and I also asked Letterhack permission. I did a little bit of a recolor of Kowalski's emote or Kowalski's avatar. I was gonna see if that could be an emote.
Like, share it, please. Let's see. Let me see. Do the screen share with Skype. I could pull it up as the screen on the.
Ooh, even better. I can do a window. Here we go.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I can pull it up on the screen. Hold on. Oh wait, I'm just gonna pull this up by itself. There we go. Because I was in the way. We need to. Oh, it looks really cool.
Is it showing? Yeah. So I was I was trying to think of what kind of how the conversations go down. Now the one with the heart is actually it's a Twitch kind of. How would I put it? Because Twitch has its own emote culture.
I think I like that one the best. Something about it. I think that one. I think that one is like really. It's cool. I like that. I mean, they're all cool, but I think something about that one. It looks the most like me. I think. I don't know what the difference is. I know they all look pretty much the same, but that one somehow looks
the other ones.
most. Yeah, that one somehow looks Yeah. Maybe that's the reason. Maybe because I don't connect myself with Monopoly Man.
True. It's meant to be tongue in cheek.
I do like the I know. I'm joking with you. I do like the Kowalski one. I do. I do like how you made him. I do like how you made him look like a medieval peon.
Oh no. Part of that is Letterhack though. It's so Letterhack drew Kowalski, and then the image got really really tiny, and then he made it his avatar, and then I like cleaned it up basically. So part of that might have ended up more that way when I added to it, but I made sure that I kept his, farmer's tan. You gotta have a farmer's tan.
Right. No, you know what it probably is? I have really big I have like very large eyes. And I think because in that the heart one, my eyes are closed.
Closed?
And so it looks like I could have large eyes, but I'm just closing them. The other
Okay.
two, my eyes are open. I think if you make my eyes larger, I think they might look more like me.
Okay, yeah, I could do that.
But they're really nice. I like them a lot, and I do like the
Thank
Kowalski
you.
one because I really I can envision him going like, "Yes, my lord," like from
No, I
Warcraft.
should have a pitchfork then.
What you want? Okay, back to
surf-
work.
He's a true leftist. Fuck. Why am I saying that? Being a serf wasn't. It wasn't great.
No, but like I'm actually quoting from Warcraft, the peon characters in Warcraft. Like when you send them to
Oh.
build stuff, they say those things like, "What you want? Yes, my lord."
Oh,
It's-
like Star Trek, or not Star Trek. Sorry, StarCraft does that too.
Yes. It's the same. It's Blizzard. So yeah, absolutely. Yes, my lord. That's Kowalski.
Aw.
Something need doing? Right. Thank you, So Red. I forgot about that one. Something need doing?
Oh, I just remember the Aliens version, so it's not as relatable.
I
Ready to go, sir.
loved Warcraft. Like the first, second, and third, especially
Yeah.
the third one in
The
Frozen Throne.
RTS.
I love them. And then they came out with World of Warcraft. And everybody loved Warcraft then, and I fucking hated it. To me, World of Warcraft was the death of the good Warcraft games that I loved.
I can feel that. Yeah, I feel that way about Diablo, but I think it's more of a nostalgia thing when these newer Diablos
But you know
have
what?
come
You know
out.
what? Blizzard never killed Diablo with like World of Diablo. Like the latest
True.
Diablo came out, and it was just the same style and everything. Obviously updated and better.
Yeah.
But it was the same style. It wasn't a whole different gameplay. Like I don't think Blizzard's ever gonna make another Warcraft. Like they're never gonna make Warcraft 4 or an RTS Warcraft again.
I want, if they
It's been
released
like
it
20
alongside
years.
a Diablo release or something, that could have been clever, but
I remember I got into I remember a couple of years ago Warcraft Blizzard re-released Warcraft 3 but like with better graphics. And I actually bought it and I just never got around to playing it. I should play it on the stream one day. I should do a Warcraft
ooh,
3
yeah.
stream. I haven't
RTS
played-
are such good games for streaming too, because you can kind of chill and like look at the chat. It's not
I
like a
have not
first-person
played
shooter. Like you look away and you
Right,
got
like
killed.
when I'm playing Fortnite with my son. Yes, it's I used to be really good at Warcraft 3. I played a lot to the point where like people remembered me in like the lobby, like for my username. Like I went back like years after I was playing. People were like, "Wait a minute, I remember you." But like it's been so long now that I don't even know. But I gotta play Warcraft 3 again now. Oh my god, thank you for showing me the medieval peon Kowalski, because now I really want to play Warcraft 3 again.
Yeah, I gotta. Almost makes me want to give him a tonsure. No, I'm kidding.
I
a
need you.
tonsure?
Could you make me as like I don't know what could I? There was what were the three Warcraft 3 races again? It was orc, human, undead,
Elves, right?
and elves. Oh, could you make me as a? I always played as the undead, but I don't know how you could make me one of the undead characters. I guess you could make me.
Take a
What was
look.
the skull, the skeleton guy who is like the equivalent of the the acolyte maybe. You could make me the.
Let's see, Warcraft, Acolyte. Yeah, I can totally do that for you. Cause like a lot of the ideas I had, I kind of went around in chat and I was like, okay. Oh
you could,
yeah,
you could I guess
the,
also make me an orc. I mean,
the
that'd be
Acolyte, that's the
fun.
one with the cloak, right? With like the gold.
Yeah.
Oh, your
Oh,
mic's
man.
going out a little bit.
Oh, is it? Oh, hello?
Oh, you're back. I don't know. Maybe it's just like it's got one of those limiters on it or whatever.
No, I'm also my headphones are dying. I'm probably gonna take one more call after you and then call it a night. Because what are we at? What hour are we at? We're at 3 hours 10 minutes. This is probably around the time I would call it a night if I wasn't doing a 4-hour marathon like I do sometimes. But
True.
yeah. Thanks so much. Definitely, I would love those that artwork. It's awesome. And
Yeah, no problem. I'll
thanks for
I'll
the
send
call.
you when I make changes to it just to kind of see, because like you said, you didn't really feel like they looked like you. I'll make some
The
changes.
heart one does. The heart one does.
Yeah, heart one. Because the eyes closed. But I'm glad.
Yeah.
Okay, so I got the basic, like the hair and everything looks fine.
You know what they do? You know they do look like me, but you know what I think? I think because do you know this guy? He's a comedian, Jake Flores.
Jake Flores. I'll
He's
Google
no
it.
he's
Also, I know their
feral.
face.
He's feral jokes on Twitter. Somehow it looks like an amalgamation. The ones with the eyes open look like an
Oh, I
amalgamation of me
see
and him.
it.
Yeah.
He's got a little bit of a rounder face. I was going for to match like Alias's style, like the pre-existing emotes you got, at least a little bit. I don't know. I don't have the same drawing
No, but
program.
they're really great. So I'm just obviously just joking about, like, you know, the mocking the P on Kowalski. I mean,
Oh yeah,
I'm
yeah.
glad you made him that way though, because it gave us some great material.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely. I really appreciate it. And was there anything else you wanted to talk about, or?
I guess the main thing was the emotes and the Elon Musk stuff, because that's something that, like, I wonder about sometimes whether he actually has any influence on regular folks. Because, like, otherwise, his platform in terms of the white supremacy might not necessarily be converting anyone. You think it's just kind of bolstering those who already are nutty?
Yeah. Yeah.
At least I hope. But yeah, thanks for taking my call. One more call. By the way, Obvious Alias, your mod, they made a one more call emote for
Oh.
YouTube. I'm like obligatory. I wanna push
I
that
know.
along for.
She has made so many. I have to relook at the things she sent me. I have to update the emotes. I need to. There's so much I need to do, and I never
Yeah.
get around to doing it. And she's great. She's done an amazing job getting me. I mean, her emotes have become a classic. I think. I think when people
Oh
come on
yeah,
this chat, the stream,
I've seen
like at
some
this
of her
point,
other
I think.
artwork, and it's good. Like,
I think some people might even think of her artwork when they think of me if they're a regular in the
oh
live
yeah.
stream.
The logo, by the way, to let chat know, in Obvious Alias, the mod in chat also did like the doomed like text and
What?
stuff like that.
Oh wait, I think I remember that. Right. I need to get on top of all this. I'm terrible.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm being a plug monster all of a sudden.
No. Every one of these people deserve all the plugs in the world. Please. Yeah. I will get around to all of this. I promise everybody.
There's
All
even
right,
a meme
cool.
on Twitch that keep going, yeah, we'll be seeing those emotes in 2026.
I'm sorry.
You know, I can't fault you for it. You got like 5 jobs, dude.
I'm also really bad, like, cause listen, like I mean, let me everyone know my schedule. So I wake up, probably what 6:30, 7 a.m. If the kids wake up a little bit later, maybe I get to sleep a little bit later, but I gotta get them to school at 8 o'clock, and then I get back, start work, a reporter at Mashable, and
Yeah.
then 9 to like 6 or so, let's say. Could be later sometimes based on what's something breaking or something. Let me tell you, last Friday with the OpenAI stuff was not fun.
Yeah.
And also, but the fun part there though was I was on CBC, the Canadian TV, because of
I
that,
can
and then
see
I did
that. That's
I did a
fucking awesome.
Times UK radio interview too. So that was fun. But and then on Tuesday and Thursday, I stream starting at 8:30 or 9 o'clock. So that gives me 2 to 2.5 hours in between to have dinner with the kids and get them ready for bed. And then on Thursdays, I also take my lunch break and do Majority Report.
When do you sleep? Do you sleep?
I'm see, this is the thing. There are times, like a couple months ago, when I was absolutely, and I think people noticed it. I was like, I don't know what adrenaline I had. I don't know what was happening. Maybe it was that, like, that nice crisp time of early fall where it's still warm but it's nice and breezy, so it's cool
Yeah.
and nice. I had so much energy. It was when I was on Leftist Mafia and I was like streaming to like 2 a.m, 5 hours,
Yeah.
and like I was completely like gung ho till the very end.
Wow, that
I
super chat life is.
I needed no sleep. I would get like 3-4 hours of sleep and wake up, take the kids to school, and be fine. But recently, with the weather change and it's getting colder, and like the past maybe like couple of weeks with like the Israel stuff and what's been going
Oh
on in
yeah.
Gaza, I've just been
Fatigue.
like, I've just been exhausted.
Yeah.
Like I could actually, like, let's say I end the stream right now and wake up at 7:30. That's too late. Like 6:30, 7 o'clock. Good like what 6-7 hours of sleep. I will still feel exhausted. I got to get over this this cold weather slump.
Yeah, you might need, if you don't already, they have lights that, like light bulbs you can get that have enough UV in them that'll mimic the sunlight that you're losing as a result of the seasons changing. So that might be something to look into.
Yeah, I'm one of those people. Like the weather and the amount of sun really affects me. I need to feel like it's it's a nice day or something. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Well,
It
easier
really,
said than done because you do not have free time, and I heard you even coach for your kids' sport, which
I
is
fucking
even
love.
less
I
time.
love doing it
It
though.
does
I
sound
love it.
fun.
I
But
love it.
practice
I think
self-care.
I think I have more fun than the kids, honestly.
Oh no, you better not be Karening out. That kid's gonna kick
Oh,
your ass.
I'm a tough coach too. I'm the one on the sidelines screaming at whoever needs to step it up. I do it in a. I'm not one of the. There's some coaches I've seen who are just like really fucking
Demeaning,
nasty.
yeah.
I do it in a loud but motivational way.
Oh yeah, the
Never
adrenaline.
belittling or anything like that, because they're kids, of course. I wouldn't.
Yeah. I had a cross country coach that was like that. He had a reputation because he always looked like he was ready to fly off the fucking handle,
Oh,
but he was just coaching well.
I saw a coach who was like, in one of the teams my kids were playing, who yelled at one of the kids, "You do that again, and I'm pulling you out of the game." Like, really, it's like I would never do that. That's like no. That's like, if
Yeah.
you see a kid getting tired, you just say call for sub, and you call that kid out, you tell them great job, and you let them take a rest on the. You don't let them know they're doing, and then like after the game, you could say like, or at the next practice, you do like a rundown of like, this is what we got to work on. These were some of the mistakes made.
Yeah.
We'll fix them. That's what we do. That's what my
It's
team
not like
does.
there's a lot on the
Yeah.
line. It's a kid's sports.
Well,
It's not some
we got
pro.
to this team got to the playoffs for the first time in the 2 or 3, I can't remember, 2 or 3 years since they've been playing. So that's either
Damn.
4 to 6 seasons, and this was the first one they made it to the playoffs.
They can't handle it. They can't handle having a good coach. That's
Yeah,
fucking
no.
awesome.
I-
You do
I
need
will-
to practice self-care though. Holy shit, dude. Like
No, I'm good. I'm good. I
only
really,
stream
I
4
like.
hours and Gaza tires me out.
One thing that makes it much easier that I need to really, and I want people to know this is important too, because this has been obviously a part of the discourse over the past like 3 years now. I work remotely, and I didn't always work remotely. I had to go to the office before the pandemic, but then they moved to full remote after the pandemic. And I got to say, working remotely, just not having to commute and not getting tired because of the commute, because commuting is a whole different level of tiring.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
having to deal with those two things completely changes the time management, how I feel. I couldn't do all these things if
Yeah,
I was
the
commuting to work.
traffic, the money spent on gas
It
too.
is a huge aspect of why I'm able to do all this stuff. If I had to go to an office again, I don't know if I could continue all the stuff I do. I mean, probably 1 to 2 of them would have to go. I'd probably just be able to do 1 stream a week, maybe 2,
Yeah.
but not as long. Definitely wouldn't be able to do all the things I do.
Yeah. I'm convinced on some level, using a public toilet might take a bit more energy than just having your nice one at home too.
And I see some
Like-
people mention driving. I'm not even I'm not even talking about driving. I'm in New York City, so the commuting was buses and trains.
Oh, yeah.
That
makes
is,
sense. I
let me
didn't
tell you, that is actually just as tiring. Just the how slow it is, the monotony of it, the having to stand up on a moving vehicle at times.
The
I'm
fluorescent lighting and the
yeah, I'm also one of those people who on a subway I'm fine. Something about the way a train moves is different. But on a bus, I've been driving for so long that if I'm not the driver in a car, I get nauseous.
and the
So on a
stops, just the whole like air
right.
letting out.
So on a public bus, I like 9 times out of 10, I'm either walking off that bus nauseous or with a killer migraine.
Sheesh.
Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, I would rather drive, honestly.
Yeah.
At least you have control of that somewhat. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I want to make this fair though. You even said you're like, man, I got room for one more call. I don't want to hold you up that much
Oh,
longer.
right.
I'm
I
literally
appreciate it.
holding
No,
up
you had me
talking
going
about you
off.
don't have
Yeah,
free
great
time. Like
great call. I appreciate it. You had me all over the place. No, great. I love when you call in. What's your channel again? I want to make sure you get that plug in before you get off.
It's Argonian Bum. I'll type it in the chat. It's all just one word. And I stream every day of the week, but Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, Eastern Standard Time. I'm on at like 11 a.m. So
For a second, I thought you were gonna say I stream every day of the week, but Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday. I was like, wait, that's not every day of the week.
Wednesday are my night streams though. We play video games, but mostly I do politics. And I'll doodle on stream, but to be honest, like half the time I'll just pull up like this really terrifying picture I made. Like I made one the other day that's like, like the Soviet propaganda where it'll be like all the faces lined up. It'll be like Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, and they're all like to the side. I made a terrifying one that's like Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson. It's got like, Tim Pool. It's got like, the horrible lineup, but it ends up being that. Not real art, just, cursed shit. But if anyone has Twitch and feels like getting some brain damage and also learning something about the news, check me out.
All right, everyone, please definitely go check out that channel. Great call. Maybe I'll join you on one of the streams. Maybe the video game one. Maybe we'll do You ever play Warcraft?
I'd be interested in the one you're talking about.
Yeah,
but
Warcraft
MMOs
3.
bore the
Hell
shit
yeah.
out of me. Just like fetch quest over and over again. Kill 3 thing. Okay. Kill 5 thing. Oh, kill 10 now. Microcurrency, please. Or microtransaction, please. I mean, sorry, chat. I'm sure there's a lot of you that play them. But well, good night, Matt. Thanks for taking my call.
All right. No, my pleasure is all mine. Thanks for calling. Have a great night. And happy Thanksgiving if you celebrate.
Oh, you too. I will eat until I regret it, and then I'll eat again and regret it again.
You know what? It's Thanksgiving. And if you're like me and love the classic Thanksgiving meal, like I think turkey and stuffing and potatoes and gravy, I think that's all like, enjoy it. Don't regret it. Enjoy it.
Put it all on bread. And then you have a
Oh.
Thanksgiving sandwich and it's
Afterwards, yes. Only so many years on Earth. I'm going to enjoy a Thanksgiving meal every time there's a Thanksgiving. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Zero regrets.
Also,
Have a great...
I'm sure everyone agrees with this already, but fuck Christopher Columbus. He was a psychopathic genocidal maniac. If you give any meaning to Thanksgiving, just think of Indigenous and First Nations people and all that they've contributed for us. That is not that negative.
Do people connect him with Thanksgiving? I don't think so.
Your mic went out.
Oh, do people connect him with Thanksgiving? I don't think so.
Like the whole... I don't know, isn't Thanksgiving just basically all about, yay, we came over and took land from the natives and there was an imaginary dinner?
I mean, that is a little bit part of it, but obviously. But the main thing is the Mayflower coming over and the Pilgrims sitting down with the Native Americans. I know this is a bit of the elementary school version of it, but I don't think it's exactly Columbus related. I mean, obviously it's adjacent and slightly, but it's
Yeah, that's true, because he didn't even land here. He was in like South America. All right,
yeah.
all right.
I think
Anyways,
so.
yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
I
All right.
uh I
No,
I get on my rant.
no. Have a great night. Take care.
Yeah, you too. Night.
All right. I'll do 3, 4 people trying to call in. I will do one more call. I know. One more call though. 2 people, 3 people calling in. All right. Let's see how long a call is. I might do more than one. Hey, what's your name? Where you calling from?
Yo, this is Susan. I'm calling from Bristol, Virginia.
Hey, Susan. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Can you hear me all right?
I can.
Well, I was first going to say I was a little bit mad at you when you were acting like space stuff doesn't contribute to the world. I know that's not really what you meant, but I run into that all the time where
I didn't say that whatsoever. I didn't say it didn't contribute to the world.
Yeah, well,
I even said
it
it has its. I get its importance. I just said it's not for me because I think
Well, you said
it's-
something that I run into a lot of the time where it was like we have a lot of other issues here where we could spend money, and I am a particle physicist, so we suck up a whole lot of money. We have the largest experiment in the world, but it's worth it, and it's worth investing in because that it's like the cutting edge of physics. We're learning about that's something that we astrophysics and like the biggest things in the universe versus the smallest things in the universe, like particles come together, is that we're trying to learn about the actual like laws of nature, I guess. But I know that's not what you meant. I just heard that a lot, and I wanted to. I do hear that criticism, but remember, back in the day, a lot of people were like, what's the point of looking inside of an atom? And now we have nukes. So I guess everything can be worse.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not against. It's just not something I'm personally, I'm
not
super
into,
interested in.
I'm not
Like I said, I do think it's important. I think the people who think it's like everything, like
Yeah.
well, yeah, I mean, yeah, like maybe like if we are many, many, many years in the future and we actually are worried about like various things and we need to, but I mean, is that really, we shouldn't be getting to that point. We should not, like a lot of the space exploration stuff really feels to me like once we extract everything we can off this planet, and
Oh.
that's not like we should not be doing that. This is all we got. Earth is all we got. Like maybe when like the sun is about to explode, I don't know how many millions of years from now, and we literally need to leave the solar system, like humanity needs to leave the solar, if we're even still around, then I get
Don't
it.
worry about that. We won't be here.
Yeah. I mean, but other than that, like unless we're talking about like a sun exploding scenario where like Earth has no choice but to be like absorbed by an exploding star, then like Earth should be here for the foreseeable future and beyond.
Yeah, I'm personally not like less into the space exploration stuff and more into, I guess, this astrophysics. But one thing that's really annoying is when people like Elon Musk and other clueless people pretend that we can terraform Mars or something like that and get people to live on Mars. And I want people to just think about this for 2 seconds. If you could make Mars livable, why can't we make Earth livable? It's way easier here. And if we can just like the same technology you would need to use to do something as impossible as making Mars livable, and then it would not be fun. It would be a terrible situation. So I assume they want to make work camps up there and do all kinds of other unrealistic things. It's I don't know how many people actually believe that that's possible, but it's crazy to me. And I'm not even, I guess sometimes I maybe I just don't have the imagination for it, but it just seems absurd for me.
Right.
I also wanted to mention, because I think briefly you mentioned the Matt Walsh types bringing up the Nashville shooter manifesto.
Oh yes, yes. They were really hoping for some they'd be able to punch some metaphorically punch some trans people. Maybe not just metaphorically either. But but they didn't get what
I
they
was
wanted
getting
out of that
real
one.
life mad when I was watching those, because I lived in Nashville, and my advisor's son was friends with, like, best friends with one of the kids who died,
Oh,
and
I'm sorry.
it was horrible. Like, that his son's still in like therapy and stuff like
Right.
that, and I was getting so mad when just seeing, like, the parents of the kids don't want that. The putting the shooter in the news is exactly what a shooter would want. It inspires other shooters. It's the opposite of what you want, and they're just waving it around as some. And then, like, of course, obviously they wanted it to be about a trans manifesto, and were slightly disappointed when it wasn't, and so they had to make it some dumb white person thing, which,
Yeah, but you know what? That doesn't work when the whole thing that makes this particular school shooting unique was that it was a trans person. Like
right? It was,
that's what ruins their narrative. Like you could pick you could pick a school shooter out of a hat and get this sort of possibly get this sort of ideology out of them. The idea of a
yeah,
trans school shooter was a once in a lifetime thing for them, and it turns out that had nothing to do with why this particular individual carried out the heinous act that they did.
yeah, it was it's just gross. I don't even know why they ran that story, except that they had it and
Right.
wanted to get views or something.
No, they knew that they would get short term clicks for just getting the manifesto.
Yep, and that's why
They
I'm
saw it, were
mad.
disappointed. This is obviously speculation, but in my opinion, this could have played out this way. They saw it, were disappointed with it, but were like, you know what? We've already built up this thing around it. We release it, it'll be a big story for a day or two, maybe a week. Maybe it'll come back around when we in the future. But it's worth publishing because we've already created this aura around how they don't want people to see it, and there's got to be a reason why.
Oh, it's terrible. That's what I was just saying. I was real life mad. I have like a parasocial hatred of Matt Walsh in particular. I lived in fear of running into him when I was living in Nashville, like just out in the wild, and like a jump scare. I was
A
like, if I
wild
see him
Matt
out in
Walsh
the wild,
appears. Oh no.
um, oh man, I don't understand why he's popular. He is so untalented and unlikable. Do you have any insight as to why people are into him?
He's built his entire career out of a specific issue. Like
'Cause,
if you aren't charismatic, if you are nothing special, you go into a very specific, very focused area. You find an uncovered niche or undercovered niche, and you own it. You become the person that everyone thinks of when they think about that specific issue, and that's what he did with trans people. And it just so happens that that issue became the center of the right's culture wars after he already made himself one of, if not the face of the right's anti-trans, agenda. And so those things all aligning at the same time turned him into the big star that he is. That's my opinion. Like someone like Alex Jones, for example, think whatever you want about him. He's done some terrible things. Obviously, the Sandy Hook stuff is what comes to most people's mind. Horrible, disgusting. But you can't deny the guy has charisma and a
he
talent
does.
for broadcasting. And that's why he's able to talk about whatever the fuck he wants. Because he doesn't need to be a specialist in any area. Because the thing that's going to set him apart isn't that he's the go-to guy for this specific issue. He doesn't have to do that. People seek him out for Alex Jones. And that's what the difference is between that's the difference between like a Matt Walsh and an Alex Jones. And you can tell how different guys go into, why they go into the world they go into. Like that Chris Rufo guy, obviously he's got nothing to offer in terms of charisma or anything. So he focused on what is it called? Oh my God, it's late. I'm having a CRT. Thank you. And that became his whole thing. And that's what made him a big name on the right, because that he made it so you couldn't think about that issue without thinking about him. So that's the difference. Like there are people who are able to talk about anything, and people go to them because of that's who they are. They enjoy hearing from that individual. And then there are the people who don't have that ability. So they need to focus on one specific issue. So if people want to learn about that issue, they have no choice but to go to that person.
Yeah, and he's really obsessive about the trans issue to the point, and a little bit delusional about how much other people care about it. I mean, I moved back to Bristol, Virginia at the beginning of the fall semester, and like I haven't been here in a while, but even here it's become more progressive. We have a Pride March now. When Tennessee had their drag ban, I was like, well, what are we going to do for our Pride? I don't know if you know, Bristol, Virginia has a Tennessee side as well. So there's Bristol, Tennessee and Bristol, Virginia. And I'm like, what are they going to do? Just lean to the side while walking down State Street? Because there's State Street that goes in between them, because, the drag ban is broad enough. It could be applied to trans people, of course. But like I see trans people here all the time. Obviously, that might not be a big deal, but for other people. But I mean, this place is pretty weird. Like it's hard for me to explain how weird it is here. But I wonder if Matt Walsh realizes, and this is what I think about Ben Shapiro, but it's happening faster for Ben Shapiro because he's Jewish. But does Matt Walsh realize how many evangelicals would drop him instantly for being Catholic? Because my dad's one of those people who would say things like Catholicism is demonic. It's the idea of praying to other people besides God is sacrilegious, or just blasphemy, or all that stuff. And Matt Walsh is, other than him being Catholic, he really seems to me like he's ingrained in the evangelical space, down to having all those kids and homeschooling them.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's something that, yeah. 'Cause, listen, I'm a. People don't realize this. I've talked about it. People who might not listen to the show might not know, but I've told the story about how my dad is Jewish, my mom is Catholic. I was raised in sort of both, worlds culturally, but my mom won out in terms of like what, I was baptized and what kind of religion I was taught, at least in school. And as a New Yorker who went to Catholic elementary school and to high school, I don't know anyone who's as hardcore Catholic as these right-wing conservatives who are Catholic claim to be. And I'm talking about the priests in my church, the various churches I've been to. I'm talking about when I say my church, I meant when I went to school. I'm a complete non-believer now. There's gonna be no return, never going back. I respect anyone who believes whatever. I've attended church, with family and stuff. I don't even go up and get the communion anymore because I don't think that's appropriate for someone who doesn't believe like I do.
Oh yeah, when I was at my grandma's funeral beforehand, my mom had to give me the rundown for denying
I think
communion,
it was
which
my
is like the huh?
my grandma was a hardcore Catholic, not in the way of Matt Walsh. She was like,
Yeah.
went to church every day. She was one of those
Oh my goodness.
types. Yeah.
Like that's
Uh,
nun levels.
yeah. And then when she got older, I think she started going just like, on the weekends. But there was a point where she would be like, she'd go to the weekday masses and everything. Um, I did for her thing, out of respect for her, I did communion. That was probably the last time I took communion, and that was in 2012.
That's nice. I like that. Just doing that for respect for her. I mean,
My kids, however, my kids are not baptized, and I think that would probably, she's probably cursing at me from heaven to this day for that one. If in her world she's in heaven, for me, unfortunately I don't think she's anywhere.
She's ghosting it up. She's watching you. Oh man, I had a really weird dream once about my grandma where I was suddenly taken out of the dream, realizing I was in a dream, and she was saying stuff like, "Oh, it's so nice to see you in dream world," and I, was crying because realizing, I don't know, it was crazy. But anyway, I don't you. I've been to a Catholic service like twice, and just the difference between the kind of like I guess Protestant churches and Catholic ones are huge for me. First of all, the things you have to memorize, everyone's repeating all this Latin stuff that I guess I had to study before I showed up because I was the only student who didn't know the things to say. And then I guess the little kneeler is a new thing, and I had to do the Paper Mario X naught symbol to deny communion. It's like there are a lot of different rules, and I don't know if Matt Walsh realizes how bigoted people in the South are to, well, like, it's different. My grandma and that side of the family is from the Gulf Coast in Mississippi, which has that connection to New Orleans and all that. And so there are a lot of Catholics there. Mardi Gras is a Catholic holiday, because it's I guess the Fat Tuesday, the Tuesday before you start Ash Wednesday. So you eat and drink all you want and before you start fasting or whatever. So that's different. But then when my dad moved us over to East Tennessee area, it's they think Catholics aren't going to heaven. That's the thing. Like, I remember having a conversation with my youth pastor about I mentioned one of my friends being Catholic, and he's like, "Well, do you want him to go to hell?" Gotta talk to him about this. It was crazy.
Right.
So I don't know. He's gonna be in for a surprise, because if he's in unless he wants to change it up, but if he's in the homeschool community, that's pretty hardcore.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, it's like the people who are mad at the Pope for firing that right-wing bishop.
Funny.
So weird.
And I didn't even think what he said was even that big. Just that children of same-sex couples can be baptized. Like, baptism doesn't seem like you. Are there rules for it? I guess I didn't grow up. I didn't grow up Catholic, so I don't know if there are certain qualifications you have to meet first. But yeah, I thought that was against the rules. I thought you were supposed to pretend the Pope was perfect.
I mean, you just think he's perfect. You just have to agree that he can fire a bishop if he wants to.
Yeah, well, just what bishops just when I don't really know. I know you got the cardinals and the bishops, and I'm just like, you just get bigger and bigger hats, right? Is that the deal?
Yeah, something like that. I mean, listen, I think they don't like this Pope, obviously, because he's for a Pope, he's good. Like, he's a good Pope. Like, this is what a Pope. I mean, obviously, do you want a Pope that's even more progressive and more with the times, sure. But like in terms of where popes have been, he's a good pope. He's a good pope. I mean, I worry about when he's no longer pope and the next pope they choose. Will he be anywhere near as good as this guy? I don't know.
Yeah, people were mad at him for not telling a little kid that his dad was in hell because he was an unbeliever or something. And I was like, what
he's easily one of the better popes, hands down. He is. I mean, there's all this news where he had dinner with he invited trans people to dinner with him, and he apparently hangs out with this group of local trans people or associates with them or something. God forbid. I mean, that's exactly what a pope should be doing, hanging out with everybody, meeting with everybody, loving everyone. I mean, that's what Jesus did, right? That's what we're taught in the Bible, right? That's what we're taught about in the Bible. Jesus didn't hang out with the most holiest people. He hung out with the sinners and the prostitutes and the poor and the wretched and the lepers, and right? That's what we learn, right?
Yep. Sometimes I think I was the only person growing up who actually took this stuff seriously and actually read the Bible, etc. But I don't know. I don't understand why Matt Walsh is popular. I thought that he was going to fizzle out, and then he made What Is a Woman, so I guess I really called that one wrong. But just because he is so unpleasant to listen to, and he isn't very smart, everything he says, it's just off the dome, like no thought into it. Like when what gets me is not even all that stuff, but all of the stuff that even normies would hate. The way he says that ice skating is gayer than football because it involves skates, which is similar to, I guess, ice skating and performing ice skates. And then what are the other really weird stuff about him? Like he had his whole thing where he read a children's book that was about teaching kids consent, and that it's okay to, not hug your family like it, and that you can say no. And he was just like, what a brat. I violate my kids' consent all the time, which is exactly what he said. I violate my kids' consent all the time, which obviously he was being a little facetious with that, but the whole the whole point of teaching kids that they don't have to hug family members if they don't want to is the consequences of teaching your kids that they have to do whatever their older family members say. That family members are really the ones that are most likely to abuse kids. And then he had his little rant about how he thinks it's weird to have your dog sleep in bed with you, and just all this other tangentially related he thinks anime is demonic, except he said not all anime, which makes me want to ask him what kind of anime does he watch. Demonic ones. So yeah, I don't understand. He's not charismatic, he's not smart. As I said, I have a parasocial hatred with him because I don't like it. I'm not a very confident person in my intelligence, and I always really second guess and make sure what I say is correct. And he just goes off the dome, and also thinks he's so smart, and I'm just so mad at him. He's very unpleasant. What I was also going to mention, just a few minutes, or no, 1 minute, one single minute, and then I can go. Just as a little epilogue for the Neopets saga, the new CEO is probably like your age or maybe even younger, because he said that he played Neopets when he was in middle school. to talk to his friends when he moved back to or when his family moved to Hong Kong after living in Canada. And this is the same guy who was on the NFT team, and then stopped the NFT project. And this guy is weirdly transparent to the point, like they have little CEO interviews with him where, like, Ask Me Anythings, where they'll get questions from the audience. The first one he did, he mentioned every single big question that like drama, any kind of like suspicious stuff that people didn't like as I've mentioned before, the bots on the site, he talked about everything to a degree that I was like, I feel like if I were in charge, I wouldn't have been that transparent. So just as a little epilogue, everything worked out. Perhaps once all of the wealth is wrung out of an IP and it no longer is of use to anyone, then the people who are actually passionate about it can join in and actually make sure they'll die a hero in the end, because as the ship is sinking, it'll be actual passionate people there. And I would say, though, that it's become a lot more popular since then, too, because they're acting like it's a renaissance and they're actually doing a lot of stuff that people like. So the NFT story, I think, had a good end.
I'm sorry, you cut off at the very end there.
Oh, I said it had a good to the epilogue. The punchline was that everything kind of worked out. That it had a good ending.
Right.
All right, that's all I got.
Always a pleasure.
Sorry you're feeling so bad. I hope that you get to take a nap.
No, I was thinking maybe I would take more calls after this. No, I think that's that's a wrap.
Yeah. All right. See you later.
I do want to say someone mentioned in the chat while you're still here, because we were talking about Matt Walsh, his hatred of hockey.
Yeah.
And
I can't believe he can get away with that in Nashville. They have the Preds there.
Also, it's very weird for someone who's all about masculinity and everything being anti-hockey.
He watches sports. Well,
hockey is the most violent of like the big sports.
Yeah,
way more violent than football.
The things he says are like I would hear that kind of sentiment more about soccer, I guess, when I was in middle school age. So he just puts zero thought into anything he says. It's like a knee-jerk reaction, and then he's always so confident about it. That's why I liked it when he showed up at the Nashville whatever it was, one of those committees they were having, and the first thing they ask is, so what are your qualifications? And he's like, well, I didn't go to college, but I have a brain. And that was supposed to impress them, but kind of instantly deflated the whole thing. And because man, I'll stop talking about how much I hate that guy. He's just so annoying. Do you have one of these right-wing guys who's kind of the anti-Bender, the one that gets under your skin kind of? You probably don't. You probably don't even. You kind of like the trolls.
No, it depends. It depends how I'm feeling. If I'm not in the mood, I just don't pay attention. So I don't let them get under my skin.
You don't have like an anti Matt Bender, even like in a not spiteful way, the one that's the opposite of you?
Not really.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say maybe Tim Pool, but then you went on his show, so I don't know.
He's I mean, I would go on anyone's show for the most part, so I don't. Yeah. No, I don't let any of those guys bother me anymore at this point. It's just you can't let them get to you, otherwise you can't do what you got to do.
Yeah.
And you won't be able to cover them or even call them out if you're worried about what they're going to say, which I'm not at all. So it doesn't matter to me.
I wouldn't worry about what they're gonna say. I would just be worried that I would look too triggered because it's really annoying. Like, I don't know. Especially the thing with the Nashville shooter, that made me really angry. Like, I almost couldn't listen to the whole thing he said about it. I might actually have turned it off because it was making me so upset. Because as I said, it's affected not just that school, because my professor's kid didn't go to that school. It was someone on his soccer team, so it really impacted the whole community, and it happened very close to where I lived, like just a few miles. So it was and he lives there too. That's what gets me. He lives in Nashville, so he could feel some amount of, but then he's homeschools his kids, so he doesn't have any connection to the school system. He's just vile.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna let you go.
Have a great night. Always a pleasure when you call in, and got to find some new sort of NFT degradation of a beloved franchise so we can
It
talk
looks
about.
like maybe the only people who are into NFT stuff anymore are the real hanger-ons, the people who get their eyes lasered. That was kind of messed up.
Yes.
Oh
Yeah.
man, I hate it. Oh, it made my eyes hurt reading about that. They're like, hey, I woke up in the middle of the night, my eyes are burning.
That was an insane story. You go to a Bored Ape party and you go blind.
I'm
Temporarily.
gonna
at
be
least.
honest, I don't even know how that happens. Like, for
Something to do
like
with
setting it up.
the lighting that they.
How
Yeah.
do you use the wrong lighting? That's my thing.
Yeah.
How does it get that power? I don't know. I
No
feel
clue.
like that's so messed up.
something that only NFT party could somehow pull off.
Someone's probably out there and it's like, let's make it really impressive. We're gonna turn this thing up, but then it wouldn't even look bright because it's on the UV spectrum.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I don't know. That's pretty messed up. It really does. It's so perfect though. How you're right. It could only happen to those folks. Anyway, for real now, I'm gonna let you go.
All right. Take care, Susan. Have a great night and happy Thanksgiving if you celebrate.
Yep. Happy Thanksgiving. Bye.
All right, folks. I think I'm going to call it a night. I think I'm feeling it. It's 1 a.m. We're hitting 4 hours. Let me read the super chats, and that's it for calls. Oh, my God. It's a lot of super chats. Shit. All right. Oh, boy. A lot more super chats than I thought. Jeez. All right, here we go. Alan Hill with a super chat. Ceasefire in Gaza? Yeah, that's the news for a few days at least. They're doing that hostage trade for ceasefire and Palestinian hostages is apparently official now for 4 days apparently. We'll see what happens after. Jeez. But good news for the next few days at least. Renee says, but which group of Semites did he attack? I'm not sure what you mean. You have to give me context because I'm not going to read these till later on. Nick Maurer with a $20 super chat. I've been a bit too busy to catch all the Binder streams over the past few months between being unemployed and recently starting a new job, but I'm back and ready to regularly tune in. Love you, Matt. Oh, well, that's great that you, congratulations on the new job, Nick. Really happy to hear. Renee with the super chat. You're not doing fascism right, son. Again, no idea what you're talking about, Renee. Daredevil with a membership super chat. Binder, did you hear Ubisoft pulled their sponsorship of Elon Musk's penis? What? Renee with another super chat. At this point, Elon might as well be radioactive. Susan with a super chat. Happy Thanksgiving to the whole doomed family. Cheers, all the emojis. And thank you to @Tokyo Hans for the membership. Oh, thank you, Tokyo Hans, for gifting people memberships. Alan Hill with another super chat. I have a lot of those advertisers blocked, and I get the same sorts of ads. Right. This talking about this. I know what you're talking about. The X doesn't matter who you follow, what brands you follow on X. It has nothing to do with which ads you will receive. Jennifer McKinnon with a super chat. Thanks for what you do. I think you're amazing, a real researcher. Oh, I appreciate that, Jennifer. It means a lot. Tokyo Hans with a super chat. Can we somehow petition the government to build a space station and just keep Musk up there so he can leave us alone? I am totally okay with my taxes going to that. Yeah. But if he has internet access, it might not matter. Ezekiel Mordecai with a super chat. Thanks, Matt. Peace. Thank you, Ezekiel. Kowalski with a super chat. Merry Eat a Turkey Day or whatever this holiday is. Logic 5 Zozo with a super sticker. Thank you. Tokyo Hollins with another super chat. Does anyone have first-hand accounts on if Musk's name matches his odor? Jay from New Jersey with a $10 super chat. Hey, Binder, just so you know, there's a Shut It Down for Palestine on Friday in Union Square Park. Also, the new Andre 3000 album is trash. No rapping, literally just a wind flute. Oh, that sounds interesting, actually. Jay Cass with a super chat. Bro, if you only knew how good these toasted calzones feel right now. Kowalski with a super chat. The Space Force should forcibly nationalize SpaceX. And Baltazar228 with a super chat. What I don't get is the same people who believe in the literal trans sublimation are unwilling to accept trans people. Eat of this bread and drink of this wine, for they shall make you queer. Yeah, right. Right. Mm-hmm. Over on... wait, let me think. Phil B for becoming a Patreon member just now during the show. I really appreciate it. Of course, patreon.com/MattBinder, folks, if you can or want to. Also, if you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, don't forget to connect your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You get that free Twitch Prime subscription every month. You give it to me. You get me money for free. It doesn't cost you anything extra. It comes out of your Amazon Prime bonuses. If you don't use it, Amazon just keeps your money. Let's see. Over on Twitch, we got Hello Lovely Scientist resubscribed for 1 month to Tier 1. Subscriber for 3 months. Thank you, Hello Lovely Scientist. Chisel resubscribed at Prime. Subscriber for 2 months. Thanks for all your great work, Binder. Always appreciate your perspective and thorough investigations. Thank you, Chisel. I appreciate you. Robot Monkey Cat resubscribed for 1 month at Tier 1. Subscriber for 24 months. 2 years, Robot Monkey Cat. 2 straight. 2 straight. Amazing. Thank you so much. Valinova cheered 500 bits. When is Bad and Pinata coming back to talk about Argentina again? Oh, I know, right? I mean, I'm laughing at because the last time I had a interaction with Bad and Pinata, but didn't even get to that on this stream. Didn't even get a chance to. The bad news in Argentina, with the libertarian president, too tired to even pronounce his name right. We'll talk about him. We will. There'll be an episode likely just on what's going on with him and Argentina. All right, folks. That is the show. If you celebrate, I hope you have a fantastic Thanksgiving. If you don't, I hope you have a fantastic week. I don't know if there's a Leftist Mafia on Thursday because we have 2 Canadians, Lance and David. If they do a show, it'll stream on this channel. If they don't do a show, there won't be a show on Thursday. But stay tuned. A lot of cool things coming up. I will see you all real soon. Have a great night. And see you all next time on Doomed. Oh, who should I rate on Twitch? Can't forget. Who should I rate on Twitch? Who's on right now? Let's see. Who's on? Who am I rating on Twitch? Ali problems? Who's that? What do they talk about? Who's Ali Problemas? Who's that? Let me see. Who's Doodleburb? Did I rate? I think I've rated Doodleburb before. Let's see what Ali Problemas is. Leftist that does art. That's Doodleburb, right? I definitely know Doodleburb. I like ratings. I'm gonna try rating someone new. So I'm checking out Ali Problema's feed really quick to see. It's just music though. I think this I think the listeners here are not gonna stay for that. You know what I mean? That's why I wanna send them to somewhere where Doodleburb is live right now. Let's see what they're doing right now. Just music though. I don't want to send people to just the music. It's fine if it's a musician talking about stuff, but I don't want to send people just to a music stream because my audience isn't gonna stay for that. It's not gonna do anything for them, for anyone. I see MEC3 is on. I'll send everyone to MEC3 because I see people shouting MEC3 out. All right, everyone. Now, I will see you all. Wait, what's MEC3 doing? What is just showing her pet snake? I gotta send people to somewhere where they're gonna hang. They're gonna stay. What's Riverboat Jack doing? All right, Riverboat Jack's doing politics. It seems like. Oh, she's talking about I did say MEC3 first. She's just showing the snake for a minute. All right, let's send it to MEC3 because I said that first. All right. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.